Thank you. Okay, first off, can I have a motion for adoption of the minutes? Moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Maves. Yes, Councilor Morocco?
Your Worship, just one change I spoke to Dean about already, and I think Dean was going to make that change about leaving the chambers.
Yeah, through Your Worship, when a councillor leaves the council chambers, we noted on the minutes, the way our minutes are written, it appears that Councillor Morocco left for longer than she actually did, so we'll make that correction in the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Those are the P breaks, I take it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, any other comments on the minutes? All those in favor? All right, thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Wing?
Yes, just under F 2001-22, the 2011 capital projects budget, there is an item that isn't in the budget but is mentioned as future years, and it's under planning, building and development. I have a conflict on it because I own abutting properties.
Mr. Clerk? You good with that? Okay. Any others? Okay, thank you. All right, first off, deputations and presentations. We have some provincial champions in the room. The Niagara Falls members of the provincial champion St. Catharines Intermediate A girls hockey team are going to be recognized tonight. I recognize some familiar faces in the room. The members are Katrina or Katie Hauser, Lauren Hamilton, Lauren McKenzie, and Cassandra Duplessis, and coaches Tim Hauser, John Sykes, and Peter Fedorovich. I get those ones okay? Oof, not bad. Okay, maybe we can have you read the blurb. Okay, sure. Just before, I'll read the blurb as our clerk refers to it. After 4 years of playing and getting close to the gold medal, the Niagara Regional team called the St. Catharines Intermediate A girls hockey team won the gold medal in the Ontario Women's Association 2011 Provincial Championships. In early 2011, the team won a hard-fought battle against Hamilton to qualify for the Ontario Provincials. Once in the Provincials, they tied 3-3 against London and went on to beat Clarington 2-0. Then, after beating Markham Stouffville 4-1 and being put in the top position, they fell back to second place due to penalty minutes. Bad girls. Then after intimidating the other team, no, it doesn't say that, I just said no. They played Mississauga and won 3-2 to qualify for the Final Four. Then in 2010, they went 7 periods of hockey and were sent to the bronze medal game. They came out victorious and won the bronze medal, but the gold medal is what they really wanted. During the final 2011 games, they beat Sudbury 1-0, then played against Windsor. After trailing 3-0 by the 8-minute mark in the second period and feeling like it was the Russians against the Canadians, they made a complete turnaround and scored 3 goals. The team stayed aggressive and continued shooting, skating, and driving the net hard to score goal number 4. The packed arena was shocked. With 2 minutes remaining in the game, Windsor pulled their goalie, and St. Catharines scored the empty netter to make it 5-3, and then another goal for the Cinderella finish, 6-3. So obviously the 6-3 lopsided number doesn't represent the real game. It was a hard-fought battle. Congratulations to the players and coaches of the St. Catharines Intermediate A girls hockey team, the 2011 Ontario Women's Hockey Association Provincial Champions. And we would now like to call up the members that I mentioned their names earlier so that we can recognize you in front of the council and in front of our cameras. So how about a big hand for our champions? All right, okay, we'll do one at a time here. Welcome. We got some coaches in the room too, I believe. Come on up, coaches. And we'll do one at a time here. I don't want to get out of line with these girls because I saw the penalty minutes. I don't want to trouble. Katrina Hauser. Congratulations, Katrina. All right. Here's your award. Congratulations. Everyone see that at home? Say hi to Mom. Now, these are the Hamilton, or the Niagara Falls contingent of the St. Catharines team, for those at home wondering. Lauren Hamilton,
She's not here.
she's not here, but we'll give this award to her coach.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll make sure her parents get it.
That'll go to her parents. Okay, great, thank you. She's still in the penalty box, is she?
We sent her out west for the summer.
Okay, good. From some counseling, right? Lauren McKenzie? All right, congratulations. Big hand for Lauren.
There's a million people watching you right now.
Oh, yeah, you'd be surprised how many people, am I right? How many people watch council Monday nights? They look forward to it. I always tell people they can't, when they say we watch it, I say, well, you can't sleep at night, you need us to help you get to sleep. What is it? Cassandra Duplessis? All right. Congratulations. Thank you. And of course, Coach Tim Hauser. Big hand for Tim. There's your family. To the millions of viewers back home. Yeah, very well. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yeah, really.
And we'll ask you to say a few words in a second.
John Sykes.
And we've got Coach John Sykes. John, congratulations. Gonna say hi, Mom, or anything like that? Or and then this last one we'll give to you is Peter Fedorovich. Yes. So we'll give that one to you as well.
Thank you very much.
And coaches, would you like to come forward, maybe say a few words to the gallery? Well, both of you come forward. You can say whatever you want to say. Don't be shy. Look into the camera.
No problem. I just want to say thank you on behalf of the hockey team to council for recognizing us. I think it's a great accomplishment for these young ladies to get that far in hockey. And really, once they get to this level, there's nothing else higher than this except for them to try and go on and play for the Canadian national team if they can make it, which we aspire them to do. And we had great coaches this year, John Sykes and Peter Fedorovich. Unfortunately, Peter's not here. And there's 17 or 18, 19 girls in this roster. And it doesn't happen with just one or two people. It happens with all 19, plus committed coaches. And John and Peter did a great job all year. Thanks very much for the presentation.
Good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't usually see hockey players with such nice teeth.
Were there any comments of the council that anyone want to
That's
have?
only what I wanted to say.
Councillor Carrier did have a comment. Did you want to go ahead,
You
Shane?
don't usually see hockey players with such nice teeth.
They can be taken
Okay, next up under deputations, we've got DeVal Hospice. Valerie Williams and Tracy Robertson, Executive Director, will provide an update on the proposed hospice project and membership drive. Welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to tell you that the J Singers sing your grace that you said. It's accredited to Sister Teresa. Maybe I can persuade them to come and sing the grace for you sometime.
That would be wonderful. Absolutely. Thank you.
However,
Now,
this is
I mentioned two names, but I see only one person.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
here we go. Okay, step up.
hello.
Hello.
This is our Executive Director, Tracy, who's keeping me online. I need it.
No.
Anyhow, when a baby is born into this world, it leaves a very warm, secure, peaceful place. And then it is received with a big yell. I know when I did my midwifery training, we were delighted to hear that big yell. And then it goes into the arms of a loving, caring family. So that is the usual thing that happens to a baby. But now I'd like you to fast forward to 70 or maybe 70. What is going to happen to that person when they come with a final illness, possibly to their death? And I did a little survey about last year for 6 months, and I found that people usually die in 4 different places, either in their home, or in a nursing home, or in the hospital, or in a hospice. And the numbers are this. I got all the statistics from the Evening Review. 55 people died in their home, 108 people died in nursing homes, 292 people died in a hospital, and 8 people only died in a hospice. I had the tremendous good fortune that my husband did die in McNally House in Grimsby, and I was so impressed and relieved that my family of 17 could gather around my husband when he died. And now, this is 3 years ago, I shouldn't be doing this, but anyhow, I came back to Niagara Falls and I thought, we need one here. Come on. My mantra has been, every town needs a hospice. Quite apart from anything else, our taxpayers' money pay $300 a night for a hospice bed and $1,000 a night for a hospital bed. The hospitals are being filled with the aging population. I'm sure we're all aware of this aging population. And what happens? The hospitals fill with people when they're dying who do not get the tender, loving, caring care that that baby had when it was born. Now I'd like to introduce Tracy, because I can talk for hours, as you well know. Dear Wayne came to my door on my 50th wedding anniversary and presented me with a certificate. And what was I busy yelling about then? Alpha. And so Kim Crater gave me $300. Or anyhow, shut up.
That's okay.
Take the floor.
One thing we always say, when you have a passion, it's hard to keep that passion quiet. And I have been passionately working in hospice care now for the last 7 years. And my work in hospice care has been what I like to consider to be the business side of hospice. Because as every charitable organization grows, it needs somebody on the business side to make sure that it has a sustainability model that allows it to actually go forward. And I have had the honor of working with Duval Hospice now since March of this year to start to bring a sustainability model forward so that we can move on the goals and the vision that Valerie and her team have set. So in a very short period of time, we've made some great accomplishments. We achieved our charitable status in January of this year, so we are federally recognized as a Canadian charity. We began we began our first fundraising project a week and a half ago. We have started a membership campaign, and as any association requires a membership base, that is our goal of our membership campaign. With hospice care, there are a couple of things that are, I think, really important for all of us to understand. The first is that hospice care doesn't just begin at the point where somebody is living out their final days. Hospice care is more than the residential building that we will work towards and plan on building. It is also community programs that we can offer to support members of our community who are terminally ill, as well as their family members. Statistics Canada tells us that for every one terminal diagnosis, 5 other people are intimately affected. So there's a huge ripple effect that happens when somebody is diagnosed with a terminal illness. Our job is to provide all kinds of programs and support for the person who has the diagnosis, as well as their family. So this will include a day hospice program that we will be launching in September, where we term it as a day off from illness. It's an opportunity for people to come together and have a social time. We will be offering workshops and programs in the community to help our fellow community members deal with issues around terminal illness, what they can do to help their loved one, and what we can do as a community to support their families. And also, very importantly, bereavement services, so that for those who are dealing with a loss, they have a place to go and they have people that they can work with that will be able to understand and support what they do. The challenge we have is that none of the programs typically offered by a community hospice are funded by the government. So while every program we offer is free for the person who requires it, our support and our ability to do that work only comes from the donations of a community. So you will be seeing a lot of us over the next few months. We have some events planned, we have some fundraising activities that we'll be engaging in, and we're looking forward to being able to get more community support as we do those things. And as Valerie mentioned, the goal is to create a facility, a building, where the 4 programs that we currently offer will be housed, and also a place where people can come to or go to when they are in those last days of a terminal illness, when they do not want to be at home any longer because their family wants to spend time with them, not in the care of their illness, and when they need the support of people around them as they make that final passage and they say their goodbyes. So I understand from Valerie's many, many stories that the community has been very supportive over the last 3 years. We've done a lot of behind-the-scenes work. We're very much like a plant that has got its roots firmly planted and we're ready to sprout through the ground. And so we hope to have the same support going forward and to make you proud as we bring these programs to the community and as we work towards the opening of a residential hospice here in Niagara.
That's great. Thank you very much. Do we have any comments or questions from members of council? Yes, Council Morocco, and then Wayne.
Your Worship. Valerie and Tracy, whereabouts are you looking to house this?
Tracy Robertson.
Well,
Yes,
where are we
yes, but
looking to house?
whereabouts are
Or
you
where we're looking to house a hospice. Well, we've had some sites offered us, but until we got funding, or before this young lady appeared, we haven't advanced on it. Bob Bollybrook has helped us with a possible site, so we haven't really publicised any of that at this point.
How large of a facility are you looking for? So I think, if there's somebody out there that has a facility that wants to donate it to you, we might as well talk about it now.
Absolutely, absolutely. The first thing would be to see what the facility looks like and how it could be, how it could accommodate. A hospice will be, the residential part of a hospice will be between 6 and 10 beds. The size will really depend upon fundraising and the ability to keep all of those 10 beds open. It can't be larger than 10 beds because then it is categorized as a long-term care facility. So to do everything that we would require, depending on how the existing building looks, we would probably look for a facility that would be somewhere in the 5,000 square foot range. And if it has a chunk of land that it sits on, that is beneficial as well because it allows us to create gardens. It allows us to create places where people can go. I have seen hospital beds wheeled out into gardens at a residential hospice so that somebody who may not be mobile any longer can enjoy that kind of an outdoor.
Thank you. And Valerie, you actually mentioned that only 8 people die in a hospice. And that's probably but that's only because there's not enough spaces.
Oh, absolutely.
If there was more, I'm sure there would be. And I want to say that unfortunately, I think that probably every one of us around this table has experienced some friend or family that has passed away and had the fortune of being in a hospice. I know that we had a very dear friend not passed away too long ago that was at a hospice. And that was the first time I'd ever experienced what the facility was capable of doing. And I have to say that it was just shocking to see. It was just such a pleasant place to be at a time of such sorrow for people. So I think that this is something that's greatly needed and fully supported. So good luck.
Thank you very much.
I know McNally House had 200 volunteers who came in and did the cooking. First thing in the morning, my grandchildren will come in and say, hey, they've got brownies this morning. So it was like coming into a home for them. One doesn't do that in a hospital setting.
Thank you, Councilor Morocco. Councilor Wayne.
Yes, this was very interesting, and Ms. Williams has been here before, but I didn't realize that the residential facility is only a part of what
Absolutely.
a hospice does. The one thing I really took note of was the statistics, and $1,000 a night for somebody to be in a hospital bed versus $300 a night for hospice. I mean, I would think our provincial government would be concerned as the population ages of the sustainability of our healthcare system. And to me, this looks like we've got a good opportunity here to save a lot of tax dollars and free up those hospital beds for people who need them for other reasons. I would like to propose a resolution to the province to consider building and funding hospice beds as an alternative to hospital beds for moribund patients. And obviously the need to fundraise will still be there because of all the other programming that's also very important. But it sounds to me that if there's a $700 a night differential, that the province would save an awful lot of money by doing this. So that is my motion.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that if I can. 3 years ago, we thought that the wing of the hospital on Kitchener Street, which was standing empty, would be an ideal spot. However, nothing came of it because the hospital gets funding for every bed they have. So now that wing has been turned into offices for psychiatry, where I worked. Before I left, I worked 17 years there and ended up in psychiatry. My family were not surprised. But anyhow, don't laugh. It's not funny. If you have 4 kids and 9 grandchildren, you need a psychiatrist sometimes. But anyhow, so there's an opportunity right under our noses. But until we become a little more, have support from the community, it's just little old silly old Valerie Williams.
I just wanted to actually make one point, if I may. As far as residential hospice is concerned, the Ministry of Health does fund 38% of a residential hospice's operating costs currently. And there is a great deal of lobbying that is taking place at Queen's Park to have that increase for exactly what you've said. It's not just the difference in cost between taking care of a client in a residential hospice versus a hospital bed, but hospitals are designed to cure people. They're not designed to care for somebody when cure is no longer the option. So they do an amazing job at what they do, being able to offer those beds to somebody who has taken a different path, and that is to come to a resolution about their mortality, and they're preparing for that. Is where a hospice is. But I just don't want everybody going crazy to Queen's Park tomorrow morning saying we need to provide funding without you knowing that they actually do provide 38% of a residential program, or of the residential program, but they do not fund the other programs. So.
However, I was told, I hate to contradict you, by Julie Darnay, who was the Director of Hospice and Palliative Care when I started on this journey, that not to get the people of Niagara Falls excited about this because there would not be any funding for Niagara Falls because we have Niagara Hospice in St. Catharines that you can hardly ever get into. Niagara Falls people at least. So anyhow, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Wayne, do I have a seconder for the motion? Okay, Councillor Morocco, second. Is there any discussion around the motion to lobby the province to support this endeavor? It makes a lot of sense for so many reasons.
Absolutely.
Whether it's financial, compassion, we have a backlog of long-term beds in the hospital. Every reason in the world they should support this. If there's no other discussion, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much, ladies. We appreciate what you're doing. Help you along your way. Okay, next deputation, we invite Strawbag up. And I know I see in the audience we have Ernst Schnitzer, Project Manager, who's going to be making a presentation. It was a very, very exciting Friday with all that happened, and all eyes around the world were on Niagara Falls. So welcome. Welcome, Ernst.
Thank you. Thank you, His Worship. I had to learn that, since it's an honor for me to be invited. I never had the chance to update you what we are doing here in your city or under your city, and at the both outskirts, upstream and downstream.
Is it Burgermeister? Is that how you say it?
That's Bürgermeister, yeah. But you know,
Bürgermeister.
We just know that from the Christmas cartoon, right? Everyone knows Santa Claus is coming to town, yeah.
or sindaco in Italiano.
Okay, yes.
But unfortunately, we don't have any title. So you have that nice title, and that obviously doesn't apply to the councillors, right? Or did I miss something?
Council, they're councilor. Yeah,
Councillors, yeah. All right, I think you have a right to be informed firsthand to what we are doing here. So I just go through a few slides, and I'm happy when you interrupt me in between for any questions, and also afterwards I'm happy to answer your questions. No need to address the geographical setting of our project. We have an international treaty between Canada and the US from the 50s that established the equal share of the water that can be diverted for power generation, 3,000 cubic meter per second maximum for each country. While our American colleagues have can use their full share of diversion capacity of 3,000 cubic meter, we have currently only a capacity of approximately 1,800 cubic meter per second. What does it mean? If you look at the green line, that means in 65% of the cases over a typical year, there is additional water that flows over the falls, unnoticed by most of us, and since there is a minimum requirement for tourist purposes, 2,880 cubic meter per second during the tourist season, and half of it 1,440 cubic meter per second during the night and off-tourist season. So with the new tunnel, once it is in service, we are increasing our diversion capacity to a point where we have only 15%. So in 15% of the cases, we have additional water that will still run over the falls. Question whether that would be worse. Why didn't we go for even a larger size tunnel? Well, we have been working at the verge of technical feasibility. You will see it in a few slides that come later. And second, or a fourth tunnel wouldn't be economically viable, at least at the current rates. As you see, this big trapezoidally shaped, well, if you convert this in kilowatt hours per year, yeah, our tunnel, in spite of the cost overrun, will be highly economical, whereas a fourth tunnel, well, very difficult to make a business case, at least at present. These are OPG's figures. A few technical figures. Internal diameter is slightly variable between 12.6 and 12.8 meter. Increased capacity is 1.6 terawatt hours, or 1.6 million kilowatt hours. Converted in more public terms, it's the energy that is required for 160,000 additional households. So we can twice the city of Niagara Falls can be served with free not, but with renewable energy for a very long period of time. Contract, design build agreement, a full phase gripper TBM, the largest hard rock tunnel boring machine ever built, was purpose built for this tunnel. Current status is TBM, as everyone has seen from the news, is complete. Arch concrete, the concrete lining about a little bit more than a quarter of the tunnel length, and almost 3/4 of the tunnel have invert, the lower third of the lining done. Completion date is going to be 2013. Originally, well, to explain the longitudinal alignment. We have the intake to the left and the outlet to the right. There is a difference in the level, on the level of approximately 6 meters. That basically this difference in elevation of the water table drives the water through this siphon type alignment, like a pipe that you fill on one end and the water runs out of the other as soon as you raise the other one end. It passes under this feature, the Birds and David's Gorge. Environmental reasons triggered that decision, that outline decision or requirement by OPG to go underneath. The original alignment foresaw to drive all the way to close to the intake in that Queenston Shale. Instead, for reasons that I'm going to show later, we had to change our alignment going up close to the Whirlpool Sandstone and then all the way through different formations towards the intake. In 2006, the big 300-meter long open cut on OPG land at the outlet site was excavated, and subsequently we started assembling the TBM, tunnel boring machine. 2,000 tons, the machine itself, it's the front part here, and another 2,000 tons is all the rest that carries officers, conveyor belts, shotcrete spraying units, and dust scrubbers, and safety rescue containers, etc. The whole thing is 150 meters long. Again, here an aerial view from the outlet side. The tunnel runs under OPG property and then all the way along, most of it under Stanley Avenue towards the intake. Once it's complete, it will just divert the water into that existing canal system that in turn feeds Sir Adam Beck number 1 and Sir Adam Beck number 2 with fuel equals water in this case. Tunnel boring machine, you will notice the 3 people standing in front of the TBM cutter head. Now we can do the same again at the intake site. It gives you an idea about the scale. As I said, 14.4 meter is still the largest hard rock tunnel machine ever built. There is a few larger ones, but they are designed only for soft ground. On a side note, as Tom Mitchell, OPG's president, announced on Friday, he is prepared to donate the cutter head as a sort of a monument for future generations. They have done it to a much smaller scale in Switzerland, where they have a few of these things standing around, and people standing in front and stunning what that thing is. So something to work out and finalize probably within the next couple of years. At the beginning, we had this how a tunnel, a open type hard rock tunnel should look like. Yeah, you excavate the rock stands up for at least for a couple of hours or days, so you can install these sort of we call it first pass or initial lining, rock bolts, wire mesh, steel ribs, a bit of shotcrete. And then later on you complete the lining with permanent cast-in-place concrete. Unfortunately, soon after the start of the TBM, it looked like this, so that these channels that were supposed to be just adjacent to the rock would just break loose, come loose, and collapse immediately on top of the machine. So the people could stand on top and had to sort of provide safe working conditions. Not something that you want to see all the time. In fact, it went even worse. So we had blocks of 20 tons coming out of the roof and basically collapsing right over the top of the cutter head. Besides the technical problems, it's not a very safe way to continue. So we had to do some significant modifications. We had this sort of ring erector that was supposed to put up these steel channels and rings to support the rock after excavation, and then a series of stairways where the workers could install the additional rock support. Obviously, with 3 or 4 meters of overbreak, there was no way to reach that area. So we had to remove that everything and then install these hydraulic man baskets. So the guys could always work from the safe area, do the scaling towards the collapsing rock face or overbreak. The guys did a great job. This was a typical standard situation in the Queenston Shale. 3 meters of overbreak, just crumbled material. When it went even worse in a few cases where this sort of overbreak started to continue over the top, and in order to make this, there was a risk that the situation became unmanageable. In that case, we had to seal off the face with shotcrete and then drive some 9-meter-long spikes longitudinally over the TBM cutter head to provide some temporary support. Safe way, but slow, stop and go. You drive 4.5 meters. You have to do 9-meter-long spirals again. You stop again. You excavate again, and so on. Total of half a kilometer was done that way. You see the typical should be round, circular shaped tunnel. Again, for the architecturally interested ones, everything from a Gothical shaped arch to Baroque. A church, yeah. In fact, we called the worst collapsed zone was called the St. David's Cathedral. You see the guys working from these man baskets. You see the shotcrete and basically the primary initial support and the collapsed area in front. And this is underneath. We have the cutter head. Anyways, we changed the alignment, went up to the Whirlpool sandstone, and all of a sudden, perfect rock conditions and good progress as a result. Didn't last very long, unfortunately. In August 2009, again in the power again, misbehaved. So, but by then our crews were trained to a point that they could even under these conditions could do about 8 or 9 meters a day. If that wasn't enough, we've hit an old borehole. That old borehole was not backfilled, so it had time to weaken the rock around this borehole, and so it released a bunch of material, like if you cut a potato bag at the bottom. It wouldn't have been a problem under normal circumstances, but here, keeping in mind you are about 17 meters up with all the overbreak, so you need to find ways to get up and safely stabilize the area again. Anyways, we continued driving. The further we went up, the better the rock became. These were typical conditions in most of 2010, basically to the end. You see the production rates up to 468 or 472 meters a month when the rock was very good. So machinery as well as the crews did an excellent job. Obviously, vice versa, when we had these overbreak areas, production went south. In the meantime, we had to mobilize the invert concrete. It's a sort of a bridge structure that is supported on the side walls, and over this bridge, the transport or vehicles are driving forth and back while the guys are pouring the concrete underneath. Waterproofing membrane, I forgot to mention that swelling properties of some of the rock formation. Particularly Queenston Shale require a watertight tunnel. In order to render this watertight, we are welding 4-meter wide sheets of some sort of a polyethylene membrane prior to pour the concrete to ensure that once the tunnel is filled, it's completely sealed off. There's no interaction between the groundwater and the water inside. Here comes the invert concrete. As of today, 7,275 meters poured. Subsequently, these high overbreak zones, they have to be backfilled to a more or less circular tunnel, since the whole tunnel is going to be pre-stressed. These are the operations for overbreak. We call it overbreak restoration. Almost 4 kilometers as of today. And here the last pass is the arch concrete, 60 centimeters of arch concrete. And prior to that, as with the invert, we have waterproofing membrane applied. Here you see this waterproofing membrane that is welded onto the overlapping piece that sticks out behind the invert concrete to provide a completely watertight lining. Arch concrete, also like everything, it's a big monster, 12.5 meter times 225, and the whole train is 425 meters long. Here it disappears in June 2010, first pour from the outlet disappears into the tunnel. At that time you see the conveyor belt, at that time the TBM was obviously running. We had 5 dewatering shafts to be done. They are complete. In order to dewater the tunnel once in about 100 years' time, when the design life comes to an end. An additional ventilation shaft was completed in 2010 in order to accommodate all these various concurrent operations. Intake, our local construction partners, Dufferin, McNally, Castongay, Birmingham, etc., you name them, they did a great job in removing the old accelerating wall. They built a new one further out in the Niagara River, temporary coffer dam, ice groin, and the shoreline protection, also done by our local construction partners. You see it from the top. We did a 300-meter long grout tunnel right underneath the Niagara River to seal off the water. You see intake structure progress. Duffering construction did that job. Progress it was completed by beginning of this year. Eventually, in March 1st, we broke through we had a little breakthrough into the grout tunnel that was previously excavated. We had subsequently, in order not to lose our ventilation for the tunnel, we had to seal off the grout tunnel at the end, where we broke through on Friday. This is another picture from the little breakthrough. And finally, we had the big one into the already completed intake structure as of Friday, May the 13th. Okay, so that basically covers a few technical aspects of our work. Thanks.
It's very, very exciting. And now we may have some questions or comments from the council. Councillor Mapes.
Yes, I was wondering, you took so much rock out from underneath. When they built the original tunnel back in the 50s, they built the reservoir with the rock from underneath.
Correct.
Where did you dispose of it? I haven't even seen any around. Did you?
It's all in. It's on a 2.5 kilometer long reach between the 2 existing canals on OPG property at the outlet.
So it's on each side of the existing canal down by the powerhouses?
Correct. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. The other thing I was wondering, where did they build to drill that big?
It was built in, most of it was built in Solon, Ohio by the Robbins Company, a specialist for these machines. And a small but important part came from Montreal, the gripper carrier.
And my other question is, did you ask Dalton McGinty, when he donates that drill to us, where are we going to put it? Is he going to fund the museum for that? Just wondering about that.
Well, where it goes, I guess that is your decision. Yeah, and I think for how to erect it, for the cost, we can find a few companies. I know a few that are happy to contribute.
Now, you mentioned it's a 100-year life. Is that kind of a minimum based on today's science and technology of building these tunnels? Because if the other tunnels are 60 years old, are we expecting the same kind of life out of those tunnels as well?
That is correct. This is a sort of a semi-empirical approach. We have, in the meantime, from all over the world, we have empirical data, how a tunnel after a certain life, 50 years, behaves. So the engineers can extrapolate the lifetime and design a tunnel accordingly for 100 years. 100 years is actually a very long. Typically in Europe, what the power companies do, they design for a lifespan of about 60 years. So pretty stringent requirements.
What would be the main thing that would make the tunnel not survive? Would it be breaking down of the interior? What would be the main reason that it would go out of its usefulness?
Difficult to say, but actually it's deterioration of the concrete. You have abrasion. Most likely more prevalingly at the intake and to a certain extent at the outside end. Mm-hmm. And deterioration, like everything, because of the water and chemical as well as mechanical how do you call it? Chemical deterioration, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, sure, the sand, right?
Sand.
Yep.
And when I say chemical, it's whatever the water. I mean, even small amounts of aggressive substances over time may affect the concrete.
Mm-hmm. And the question I've had people ask: will there be another control dam built, erected in that area as well, by the Coffer Dam?
You mean a gate?
A gate.
No. We in that intake structure, right, well in front of the photo, we have gate embedded parts. So basically guides that are going to be embedded in that concrete. And the stop locks will be lowered and by mobile cranes, so we don't have these big structures there. Whenever needed, required, the OPG are going to use a mobile crane and take and lower these the stop locks and store them somewhere else.
Okay. I understand Councillor Maves used to take his dates there, and he used to tell them it was a drive-in, but they would just wait for the movie to start, and it didn't happen. Yeah, and I've got a question. A question from one of the other councillors. The cutter head. How big is the part that's going to be offered to the city? Because we're in discussions and we're trying to figure out most appropriate place. I know the unit itself is bigger than a football field, but how big is the cutter head portion of Big Becky? Approximately.
Yeah, as I said, 14.4 meter diameter. The weight is, it has 4 outer parts of 61 metric tons each. A center section of the center section is split in two halves. Of I think it's roughly 60 and roughly 40. That gives us 350, roughly 350 tons.
And the length of it? So it's about 40?
It's about 4 meters.
In length?
In length, yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. And okay, super. Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Mayor Diodati. Just real quick, I'd like to congratulate you. This is a long project, a lot of work, a lot of highly skilled, talented workers that participated in this, obviously. Unfortunately, I was out of town on Friday. I would have loved to have the privilege to be there and see it come through, but I didn't. I just wanted to ask a question, because this went on for a long time. Maybe you can give us an update on the safety record of the workers that participated in this over the course of 7 years.
Thanks. We have done more than 4.5 million man-hours so far, and our lost time incident frequency rate is 0.63 versus an industry average that is close to 1.8 at present. So it means that if it's well organized and tunneling is a less risky business than construction in general. And our CEO addressed our entirely Canadian workforce, and he commended their achievement particularly. We have brought a couple of experts only from Europe to train our workers, and from then on they took over and have done a great job. And it has to be, talking on behalf of the industry, not on behalf of my company, it would be, what we need in Canada is consistency in investments. See, there's no point bringing workforce from Europe over. The only reason why we have these skilled, multi-skilled workforce is because we have continuity in our investments, right? So we always have jobs for our highly skilled workers and staff. I understand we had a pretty much a bumper ride between investments in Toronto in the subway system, and then nothing for a period of time. So you lose automatically the skilled workforce as well as staff. They find work somewhere else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other questions from any of the councillors? We want to thank you very much, and we're hopeful too that Strabag will look at setting up a permanent office for North American operations right here in Niagara Falls. And we shared that with your president as well, and hopefully if you need a little bit of assistance in convincing them, we'd be happy to help you with that.
We will seriously consider it. Thanks.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much. Next up is Niagara District Airport. We've got Rudy Suter, Chairman of the Niagara District Airport Committee, and he's going to make a brief presentation to Council outlining the exciting developments taking place at our Niagara District Airport. Welcome, Rudy.
Good evening, Your Worship, Jim, members of Council, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me tonight. And I just wanted to add something to Ernst Schnitzer's presentation. You know why they're so good at what they're doing, tunneling? They did all the training in Switzerland. That's why the Swiss Alps look more like Swiss cheese today, you know. And they always leave something behind, like this 350-ton piece of crap. So but let's go back from the tunnel up on top of the earth, or even up in the air. It's a pleasure for me to come here tonight because I don't have to ask you for money. That's the first thing.
Good.
And I'd like to thank you. Simple as that. Thank you for your support over all these years, not just in the past few years, both monetary and otherwise. And I'd like to mention especially Councillor Jenny Zwing, who's one of our famous bunch of 9 in the Airport Commission. No, I'd like to tell you what we do right now, where we stand. And I understand many of you don't even know that we have an airport here, at so-called Niagara District Airport. This is the view that most of you haven't seen yet, and that's the newer one from back in February. You see a lot of new pavements there. All the black, darker areas are new, including the taxiways, the main runway, the apron areas, but we'll go and look a little bit closer to the different elements. First of all, I wanted to introduce you to this bunch of 9. We have 4 representatives from St. Catharines. That's former Chairman Rich Lancaster, Henry Zwolak, Gary Murphy is new on the commission, and Greg Washuta is the council member on the commission. From Niagara Falls, we have 3. myself with Ernie Amadio and Jenny Swing, as already mentioned. And Niagara Lake has 2 representatives, Bob White, he's our treasurer, and Terry Flynn is the representative from council. On behalf of all my colleagues, I'd like to show you what we did and where we started. A couple of years ago, in 2008, we had a vision. And when I say that, we're only referring to the past 4 years because that's when we started our first term on the commission. And we did quite a lot of changes. One of which was we reassessed all the plans that were already in place, most of them somewhere on the shelves, collecting dust. And we made a plan and said that's what we have to aim for. We have to make sure that our mandate that you as well have given us has somewhere or sees somewhere a light at the end of the tunnel. In 2008, we were invited through our MP in St. Catharines, Rick Dykstra, to present our case in Ottawa to the Minister of Transportation and to Transport Canada. The idea was that we would apply under the Building Canada Fund for funding for our project. Later that year, in August, the Building Canada Fund framework agreement with the province was signed, and shortly thereafter, we were given notice that out of our project, approximately $13.1 million would be likely viable under this program. The problem was that back in 2008, you as well as other municipalities were allowed or eligible in this first intake to put forth forward your projects, and the same thing happened in St. Catharines and Niagara Lake. So we, as an intermunicipal commission, we were kind of left behind. But luckily, the economy turned a little bit sour, and that's why the federal government announced a part of this Building Canada Fund in early 2009 as the so-called infrastructure stimulus funding, which meant that it was immediately available for projects that were so-called shovel-ready, and we were almost there, to be honest with you. And City of St. Catharines decided, Council of City of St. Catharines decided, on behalf of the 3 municipalities, to make that application. We knew that we had to do everything in almost or a little bit more than a year. So from all the components that we had assigned before, we were only able to apply for about $11.6 million. Please understand me right. If I say only, then that's a lot of money for us compared to what happened in the past. In June, the federal and the provincial government have approved their third of the funding, and the toughest step then was to convince the region to do the same. But it finally happened. The region had investigated this a little bit further and had some consultants hired that made presentations, and they were all in favor of this whole project, of course, but that was a necessary exercise. So in September, we were finally at the point where we could start the construction or plan the construction, which then happened in May 2010. So a little bit more than a year ago, we started with the construction, and a couple of milestones. That's back in June 2009 when Kim Crater, Rick Dykstra, Jim Bradley, and Rob Nicholson made that first announcement, which was very crucial. I mean, without that one, the region would have probably said, oh, guys, ask these other ones first. In the summer 2010, this is the new terminal building. By the way, this was a mandate since 1992. The master plan in 1992 said there has to be a terminal building at the airport. A little bit later, that's how it looked from the air side, with the beautiful new terminal building. It's about 6,000 square feet compared to the 2,600 that we have since the 60s. And that's from the inside. I call this Terminal 1. You never know, maybe there's another one in the future. This is the beautiful new public area in the terminal building, looking onto the new additional pavements on the main apron. And that's how it looks from the air side, and that's how it could look if you're a passenger and disembark a plane in the hopefully not too distant future. And it makes it a lot more, or it's a better welcoming impression than what we have today. On the way there, there's a lot of things that happen, like I said, on the air side, and this is one part of award-winning work that was done. The contractors under project management of the region had, I don't know what the award exactly said, but they won an award for this pavement. It's a seamless pavement, for the entire length of the runway, and it used a lot of machinery and a lot of manpower to put this whole thing together, and it guarantees, of course, a first-class pavement that will hopefully last for more than 25 years, but certainly not for 100 like Ernst's tunnel there. No, I have to mention another thing. One of the surprises that we had at the airport was that everything that was underground, that was not seen, all the electrical installations were outdated, were not to specs anymore, did not comply with all the standards and recommendations and requirements that should be in place. So that took us, instead of about $500,000 that was in the budget, took about 4 times as much money. However, it was worth it. We had a priority list, of course, of the components that we had to prioritize, and this year is a first in Canada. We were finally able to install this entire electrical system at the airport in LED. This is a first in Canada. Has been done before for certain components, let's say for the runway lights only, or the taxiway lights, or the approach lights, or even the parking lot lights. And we're the first airport in Canada that has the entire system in LED, and that'll save us a lot of money in the future in terms of energy consumption. What I wanted to tell you is that this is a huge step forward, but it's not the end of it. This is the beginning of new developments, and we're always focused on generating new revenues, additional revenues, for one simple reason. We'd like to become self-sustainable so that the taxpayers in Niagara Falls, St. Catharines, and Niagara Lake can use the money for something else. One of the areas that is very important to us was this Southwest Aviation area. We don't have enough hangar space, and we have a lot of people that would like to build something and come and stay at our airport. We purchased the 2.5 acres that you see in red there last year from our neighbors, and we brought in, under this project, we brought in all the services and the road access to that area. In the long term, we'll build this over, let's say, 3 or 4 years, maybe even 5 years, but it'll generate an annual revenue of about an additional $100,000. And that is just about the shortfall, the operational shortfall that we have today. Expect the results, as I said, improved transportation infrastructure. That was the main argument for the region, because the Niagara District Airport is an important piece of that infrastructure strategy on at the regional level. We'd like to become self-sustainable. We're not far away from it, and we're pretty sure that we can reach that goal within the next 3 to 4 years. And more importantly, the economic benefits. We know that 3 years ago, the consultant assessed the economic impact of what we're doing at the airport, or what's happening at the airport, at about $18 million a year. And 5 years from then, that could be next year, it could be $30 million. And with these improvements in place, and what we're seeing right now happening and moving around, I'm pretty confident that a further 5 years down the road, we're looking at approximately $60 million in economic spin-off through the entire region. One of the more important things that we're focusing right now is, of course, and that's part of the mandate that the 3 municipalities gave us, is to attract and help assist to establish commercial air services. We're not calling it scheduled yet, but commercial air services in whatever form. Can be a charter flight, can be a seasonal thing. Something will happen. And we have very good reasons to believe that it's not very far away. But see, before we did all these improvements, we didn't have to sit down with these companies. If you don't have a fence around your place, and the coyotes, the snowmobiles, and other individuals run around in the middle of the night on the runway where, I don't know, Ringo Starr wants to take off after a performance at the casino, then these people won't come. Now we have all these in place. We have access control, we have fencing around the airport, and now they can feel safe to leave their important and very expensive equipment there and do something more serious. So yes, it was a wild ride over the last 2 or 3 years. Again, these are a couple of highlights, and don't worry, that plane on the right upper side there, yes, that is a crash, and it happened at our airport, but it's a scene out of the movie Amelia that was shot at our airport 2 years ago, showing that crash there. So that was Hilary Swank and Richard Gere, and that should be a reason for you to come and have a look too, right? Finally, thanks again for your support. Please make a note in your agendas or in your calendar, August 27th, that's a Saturday, we'll have a grand opening party at the airport. That's when everything's finished, done, clean, green, and everything's up and running. And we'd like you to come out, and we're certainly going to invite you personally in the not too distant future. And then we'll take it from there, and hopefully up in the air. Thank you, and you have any questions, I'd be more than welcome.
That's great, Rudy. Thank you very much. Very exciting and very impressive, no doubt. And I know that Councillor Wing has been working very hard alongside trying to support your cause, and it's so exciting to see where you're at today. Councillor Wing, would you like to add to this?
Thanks. Yes, I'd like to thank Rudy for his leadership. He came to the helm during the last term. I have to say, this is the best board I have ever worked on. Especially last term, and it's continued into this one, we've had a little change in membership, but it really came together as a truly great team, a lot of very professional people who did an awful lot of work, and I'd like to send our Rudy and Henry Zwalek of St. Catharines out especially. Those guys paid on their own dime to go up to Ottawa and lobby up there, and I don't know how much work they put into it, but they come at pretty high salaries in their private lives, so we've been extremely fortunate in that regard. What we have here is basically an old World War II training field, and the fellow who wrote that famous poem, what's the name, Rudy? McGee, actually came through here. So we have that connection as well. The infrastructure was ancient, and it was really starting to fall apart. Were it not for this project, we would have been faced in the very near future with no airport at all, because it just wouldn't have been sustainable. It wouldn't have been passable anymore. So now we have this exciting new project, a new airport terminal. We take the motto Gateway to the Peninsula very, very seriously, as I think you've just seen. And it was the Commission last term which came up with the goal of achieving financial self-sufficiency. And I think we are well on our way to it, and I think we have every right to be very proud. Thank you, Rudy.
Thank you, John.
That's very good. Thank you very much, Councillor Wayne. Yeah, you know, definitely an area, it becomes more mature when it has an airport. And as you mentioned, a lot of the big investors want to fly in their own planes, the big entertainers, the big gamblers, they want their own airport. And of course, it's just down the street from Niagara Falls, and I can see this expanding into further terminals. And I also understand that, as you said by your slide, that you're in negotiations with commercial airline, which would offer even more opportunity for the people in the region to leave and for other people to fly into this area. Is that right?
It comes back again to another combined effort amongst all of us, and I'm very glad that Serge Felizetti and I had a couple of talks already, and we'll meet this coming Friday again, and that's what just Niagara Falls, and then the same thing with St. Catharines. If we pull this together, we can do a lot more than what you've ever dreamed of. And the convention center right now, the casino, the hotels, Shaw Festival, there's so many reasons. You know what, the last one, the QEW. Thanks God it takes you 2 hours to Toronto, right? That's a reason for us, or for someone, to come and do something a little bit different. And I'm very glad that we have that conversation and that we're working on that.
Absolutely, and it plays into our whole master plan of a theater. You know, it's all going to tie together. You know, it's really exciting. We're going to have critical mass here in Niagara Falls, and things are about to heat up. Thank you. Oh, and we do have Councillor Gates, yes?
Just real quick, first of all, I want to congratulate you for your vision. It's been since 1992 that there's been a lot of talk about improving the airport. And what this does, like Jim, the Mayor Diodati said, and yourself, what it does to tourism, what it actually does for manufacturing as well, is just incredible. I had heard a company called Porter was looking at maybe coming there as well. So I think it all fits together. So I want to congratulate not only yourself but your entire commission for a job well done. And it's not very often you get all the communities going in the same way. And you've done a heck of a job there. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you very much, Rudy. Appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
Have a nice meeting.
Congratulations to your board as well. Okay, now moving on to the planning items. Subject is PD 2011-31. I would ask the city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider city-initiated amendments to the official plan to bring the plan into conformity with the provincial growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe and the Niagara Region's Growth Strategy Niagara 2011. Notice was given in accordance with the regulations and by publishing a notice in the Niagara Falls Review on April 16, 2011, and also notice was sent to various agencies. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the official plan amendment shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the reason for the proposed amendments to the official plan.
Thank you, Worship. I appreciate the opportunity to give you and our public an opportunity to look at the work that the city staff has been putting together for council to fulfill our obligation to the province to achieve growth plan conformity. As many people know, the province has provided a growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe area, and all municipalities are expected to comply with that by bringing in their long-term policy documents to reflect the provincial vision of what this province will be. In looking at the map on the screen, what staff has tried to do then is address the province's goals of providing within our built boundaries for intensification of our land uses, to plan for future growth and development in what's termed the greenfield areas of the city, to protect our employment lands for future prosperity, and then to phase our development so that we're economically viable and sustainable as we move forward. This vision is to take us into 2031. So in looking at intensification, what staff is bringing forward to council are policies that would require and meet the province's requirement that 40% of our new housing annually by 2015 will occur within the built boundaries of our city. That's the areas in this map. They're white, but if those people at home think about the areas that are currently built with housing now, most of that area would be our built boundaries. 40% of what we're achieving annually in terms of new housing would mean 110 new units would be allocated to the built-up area, and the balance of the development would occur in greenfield areas. Intensification is not to occur indiscriminately, and so we have a number of general policies that would regulate the heights and densities of new residential development with the intention of protecting our existing character of our neighborhoods. We've identified a number of nodes and corridors. Again, these are provincially mandated requirements where we would target higher densities in order to achieve our growth objectives. And the final area of intensification is the provision for second dwelling units within houses as accessory apartments. And those would be permitted through site-specific zoning. I'll speak on that a little bit further. To give you an idea about the kinds of developments that we're looking at for nodes, some of you might be familiar with the Bellagio apartment building built on McLeod Road. That building has a density of about 90 units per hectare. There's a smaller building at the corner of Atlantis and Dunn at 100 units per hectare. Property on Huggins, 100 units per hectare. The Stamford Estates, it's a seniors facility, but that building as an apartment building represents 145 units per hectare. These are the kinds of things that one could expect when we're looking at examples of intensification in our nodes. The nodes that staff have identified are largely the areas around our commercial facilities, so that includes the downtown, Stamford, Morrison, Dorchester, Drummondville areas. These areas are geographically distinct, where we're encouraging intensification and promoting redevelopment. We're looking at medium and high density residential uses in order to increase the vitality and the economic sustainability of these particular commercial areas. In looking at the downtown then, we've identified a schedule which sets out a number of building areas which could develop at various heights and densities. The greatest height and density then would be at the east end of the downtown, closest to the Niagara Gorge, where we'd be encouraging 10 to 20 stories buildings. This again is in the vicinity of the intercity bus, the GO train, the GO bus, the VIA service. Again, this is an area where the province is encouraging redevelopment and intensification. Other areas along Bridge Street, 4 to 10 stories, and densities around 100 units per hectare. Similarly, along the Morrison-Huron corridor, those lands are already zoned for 100 units per hectare. And then stepping down as we move towards the residential areas to the west of the downtown. This is all in an effort to provide a new population to support our commercial sector and to fulfill the underutilized vacant space that we have downtown. Similarly, Drummondville is identified as an area for intensification. Many people know this is the area of Main and Ferry, which is currently undergoing its streetscaping facelift. And so here's a great opportunity to enhance the commercial opportunities that exist in that particular area. In terms of heights, we already have through our tourist commercial policies heights that allow up to 13 stories in the Drummondville area. That's the area in green at the corner of basically Stanley and Ferry Street. Heights by our current official plan are permitted to get up as high as 30 stories. So we've just transferred those same height allocations to this area, similarly up to 30 stories in height at Stanley, Allendale, Murray Street, and Dixon. Those are all currently recognized in our official plan. We've added then along Main Street, going north towards the hospital, additional densities and heights between 4 and 10 stories. Again, there are policies in our official plan that would require gradation of heights and densities as we move towards the single-family areas of the city. And again, the idea is that we're trying to identify a new residential population to stimulate our underutilized commercial space in that particular area. The Stamford area as well is an area where we already have a number of existing high-rise buildings, high-rise in the range of 8 and 10 stories. The old Pontiac dealership on Portage Road is an area where we've had the developers in or the owners in talking about conversion of that land to residential purposes. Again, that's been identified for 4 to 10 stories. It would be a mixed use or mixed form of residential that would occur through plans of subdivision. The area then south of 5 Corners, there are a number of smaller residential properties where those could be redeveloped as well, with apartments between 4 and 6 stories in height, and then stepping down the height of the buildings along the west side, along the Drummond Road side of things. This is, in actual fact, unlike the previous 2 areas, the Stamford area has actually a very strong economic hub with as small as 5% vacancy rate, which is considered very low in commercial terms. So the idea here is to maintain that vitality, to maintain that commercial hub by, again, reinforcing and introducing a whole new residential property or population. The other area that we've identified is the Morrison-Dorchester area. This includes the Optimus Parklands, the Zellers Plaza, the old Acres site, the Adams Center. Again, these are areas where we do recognize, I should mention as well, the Chef Boyardee site. In this particular plan, the Chef Boyardee site, for those who perhaps can't see all the figures on the screen, it does provide for buildings in the 2 or 3 story range up to a density of 50 units per hectare. So those are the policies that we've are presenting in this particular area. We're not sure that some of these commercial lands will develop, but it is the possibility that as commercial lands are vacated and not renewed with further commercial facilities, that the residential intensification can occur. Again, it's very good highway access via the 420 and the QEW, so very strategically placed in terms of commuter traffic as the city continues to grow. We've identified a number of intensification corridors. These include Portage Road north of Five Corners, Thorlestone Road west of Five Corners, Victoria Avenue, the area between St. Pat's Church and Robert Street, Dunn Street corridor west of the tourist area, McLeod Road corridor, which we've already seen some intensification, and then lastly the Lundy's Lane corridor, where we see the opportunity for residential development to create some further stimulation of redevelopment along there. The commercial uses that are perhaps not able to compete with the tourist activities in the tourist core, as well as an opportunity to introduce additional residential for the businesses out there in order to particularly bolster development. As well, we've identified those streets which are arterial roads, which can then support the higher densities, as well as transit routes in order to support our transit-related operations within the city. So in order to provide the population to make the transit as viable as it can be. To give you some idea of what we're talking about in terms of intensification on these particular corridors, singles and semis would constitute densities up to 40 units per hectare. Townhouses provide densities of up to 75 units per hectare, and then walk-up or small low-rise apartment buildings up to 6 stories, which could represent densities up to 100 units per hectare on those corridors. The second dwelling units, the province currently has Bill 140. It's in third reading. This legislation will require that every municipality have in its official plan policies to authorize second dwelling units. These policies that we've developed are permissive. That doesn't mean that as of right everybody in town can have apartments. It will allow for apartments to occur. These could be anything from in-law suites for young couples who are purchasing their first home to have a smaller second unit in their basement to help pay for their mortgage, as well as a way of recognizing illegal units. We have a lot of basement kitchens in houses in Niagara Falls, which quite often end up with those lower units being used for residential, separate residential apartments. Our regulations would limit the second dwelling units to single detached dwellings only. It would be, as I've said, by zoning amendment, and we would set out in that zoning the minimum lot size, the minimum lot frontage, the unit size, as well as the other pertinent details such as parking requirements. The other area that I mentioned at the outset of this presentation was the development of greenfields. The greenfield areas in Niagara Falls are largely at the south end. So the area that we call Garner South, the lands that are southwest of Niagara Square, south of McLeod Road, south of St. Michael's High School. We're just working on the Garner South secondary plan with the owners of the lands in that area. Expect to bring that to council later this year. As well, we have the area called Thundering Waters. It's basically the residential lands that are designated south of Oldfield Road, between Dorchester and Drummond Road. The area of Chippewa, as well as one of our greenfield developments, although it's not labeled there, Grassy Brook, which is the area nearest to Lions Creek interchange with the QEW. The greenfield developments We're required by the province to develop these areas as complete communities, which means that there would be housing of every form so that people can go through their complete life cycle from a little bit as our speaker earlier today talked about people being able to live and grow old in their same communities. And so it would provide for every form of housing, from single detached townhouses to apartments. We're also required to provide employment in those areas. And the province, the region has actually specified that the city of Niagara Falls will provide 53 people and jobs per hectare. It's approximately 6 jobs per acre. The majority of the development will be through residential. All of the greenfield areas will develop through secondary plans. I mentioned that we're working on the Garner South secondary plan at the moment. That would probably fulfill our needs for the next 5 to 10 years. There is also a need to balance natural heritage preservation with growth, and certainly the preservation of our environmental features is a significant requirement. This council, in fact, late last year adopted Official Plan 96, which are brand new environmental policies for the city, and they're waiting for approval of those. And when those environmental policies come in, they will replace some of the environmental lands that you've seen on the maps tonight. The other cornerstone of the growth plan is the protection of employment lands. The growth plan also identifies the area between Niagara Falls and Fort Erie as a gateway economic zone, and we have identified the areas between Lions Creek Road, interchange on the QEW, and Lundy's Lane as being our employment corridor. And so those areas would be reserved for manufacturing, research facilities, communication facilities, manufacture of alternative forms of energy. All of those up-and-coming forms of industry would be flagged for those frontage lands. As well, we have received some of the requests in the council package to not just limit to this, so we have added a policy that would as well allow it for any other lands that might be identified as gateway features. The other part of employment lands are the brownfield areas, and we have the large pilot project area, which includes the SciTech lands as well as the lands of the Silvertown area, which is the area around the former provincial crane building. And so those are areas where, again, we've identified the possibility for mixed-use employment, service, commercial type uses, as well as retail development. Last July, when we brought these policies forward to Council, there were a number of issues identified. In fact, Council directed we go back to the public. We ended up sending out 4,200 individual invitations to attend our open houses, as well as putting notice in the newspaper. We had 4 open houses last fall. We had one open house in February of this year. All of these were very well attended. We were able to incorporate many of the concerns into our policies. As well, Council had required some clarification on policies. We had a policy that said surplus city lands would be sold for public housing. That policy was changed to allow any residential lands to be considered for any type of housing use. There was a request to look at our commercial policies. That's not a requirement of our conformity exercise. And while we've introduced some changes to our commercial policies to accommodate our policies respecting our residential intensification nodes, we will be working on new commercial policies this year as part of our continued staff work program. As well, that we had comments about the different treatments between areas of the city, and we've balanced those concerns out as well. So it's the culmination of an additional 8 months of work and that we put that together. We believe it's consistent with the region's provincial policy, and with the provincial policy, and we are recommending that Council adopt Official Plan Amendment 94, and that the amendment be forwarded to Niagara Region for approval. And just before I close, there were a number of comments submitted to the Council, one of which cited that we have a policy that would propose no drive-throughs in secondary plan areas. We would be eliminating that policy. Apparently, there have been a number of legal decisions that would make that difficult to defend that policy, so it's really a zoning requirement. We will be reserving that for zoning. We've had requests as well that there are 2 applications in the northwest corner of the city which are affected by regional policy, and they wanted to see consistency with our policy for expansion, urban area expansion, to be limited to or reflect the regional policies. Our policies as drafted were a little more restrictive, so we're agreeable with that. Since the region has policies, our policies would be the same as the region's. Those are some of the changes that have come forward, and we would be making those modifications to 94 and sending it to the region. Those are the highlights of the application before you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Do we have any questions of Mr. Hurlovich? Any members? Yes, Councilor Morocco, then Councilor Thompson.
Your Worship, Alex, I just want to say a great job. I mean, there was a lot of detailed work in here, and actually, unfortunately, not having the opportunity to be involved in the council's workshop back in July, that everyone had the opportunity to have more detailed information. I had a number of questions, and since that we just got this on Thursday and not able to really take a peek at this and get really into depth, the questions I had were for today, and unfortunately, I did have a call into staff, but I think they were a little too busy to try and get back to me, so I would ask that this be deferred so that I actually have an opportunity with such a large document such as this is and important as it is. And I see there's a number of requests as well that are also asking for deferral. So I would like to know the reason why and some of the changes that are actually in the official plan amendment number 94, why they were made. So actually, I didn't have those questions answered, and with all due respect, I just have to say that personally I cannot support moving it forward without having some more background.
Yes, Councilor Morocco, I received a lot of the same feedback, and I don't believe anything's going to be approved tonight. But just before we entertain that motion, I would just ask maybe if the clerk could comment on where we're at right now. There are people in the audience specifically to speak to this, and then we can entertain a motion.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, through your worship, I mean, I appreciate the comments, and there are a few people in the gallery that are probably here related to this matter. Obviously, council can make a decision whether they want to hear them tonight, since they're already here, as opposed to maybe regurgitating the public meeting again a second time. Clearly, it's up to council. I mean, obviously, these people have taken the time to come out. You could defer. You could ask that the public meeting be closed or deferred right now, or you can hear them, close the meeting, and then defer a decision until the matter comes back.
Councilor Morocco?
Then, Your Worship, I would definitely like to hear, because I'm sure their input would definitely help answer some of the questions and give me some more input to this document, so I have not a problem listening to them.
Okay, could I just get a show of hands? Who's here to speak to the amendment tonight, or the official plan amendment? Show of hands. So we got 1, 2, 3? 4. Okay, so we've got 4 people here to speak to the amendment. So what's the will of council? Yes, Councillor Carrier.
Well, my question would be if we defer this and then come back, are they going to want to come back and make their same pitch again? So if we're going to hear the pitch twice, I'd rather hear it once.
Well, I don't want to hear the pitch twice. I don't want to hear Mr. Hurlovich's presentation again. It was very exciting, so that's why I'm suggesting we hear everybody tonight, close the public meeting. Staff will come back with any sort of tweaks to what has to happen, but my suggestion would be when the matter comes back, you wouldn't have a formal public meeting. Council would just consider the planning report.
Okay. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, well, I think it would be pretty difficult to make any decision tonight. We were just handed a document as we were downstairs, and I'm sure nobody has had the opportunity to read all of the submissions that have been made by numerous people in the planning field, plus some private citizens, and so that's supports the reason for deferral. I just have and I'm sure that there are people in the audience who are going to ask a question with respect to the urban boundaries. I know that the northwest quadrant, we've been talking about expanding that boundary for the last probably 15 to 18 years, maybe a little longer, as a result of the sanitary facilities that are there and the concerns with respect to sewage disposal, that study that was done many years ago, and as a result there have been some services supplied there, and the next step would give the opportunity not only to pay for a lot of those services, but also provide the services that some of those properties that have been there for the last 20 some odd years, and some of the other lands that are around there. And also the submission that we had to this council several months ago with respect to the Montrose development, and this council actually made a recommendation to a motion to send the solicitor to support a recommendation for the expansion for that particular area. And yet in your submission, in spite of the region having approved that opportunity for consideration out there, that is not consistent with your recommendation here. In your last comments, did you say that you were revising your comments with respect to that section there to support the loophole with the region for further consideration of that area?
Yes, that's correct. The region, by amendment with their regional policy amendment 2, provides that municipalities can do a municipal review in advance of the 5-year requirement set out by the province. That wasn't reflected in our policies as drafted. That was the request of the consultant for the developer, and we're agreeable to make that that change, that the policies of the region are the policies of the city, which would then incorporate that should that get approved by the province.
Okay, so that would make Mr. Lustig very happy. And is there anybody here tonight that from the planning people that are going to speak to that particular area?
I don't see the area which Mr. Lustig represents, but I see represented from the Northwest, which is Club Italia, Church of the Redeemer, present.
Yeah, Dennis is here, and but that even predates the Montrose situation by probably 15 years.
Yes.
So anyway, all of that is being considered in your revision, so that at least there's an opportunity for that discussion and debate to be consistent with what the region has done.
Yes, and I think, I'm getting a sense of what might happen here tonight, so that I think what would be appropriate then is that staff would bring back an itemized response for council. Comment A was received, here's how we reply. Comment B, here's the response, so that council would be able to follow that in a logical order at the next council meeting.
Okay. Again, went through this in '79, and here we are again, an extremely comprehensive document, and we just received this late Wednesday, so there's really a huge amount of information that I'm sure everybody wants to go through thoroughly before we get to any final conclusion on this. The section on the second level lodging in a residential property, is that is in the document, and that there's an opportunity for consideration of that strictly by amendment, or how would you do that?
The actual implementation might take a couple of forms. One would be to pass a zoning bylaw that would say accessory apartments in single detached houses, which existed prior to, and we could pick a date, January 1st, 2011, would be recognized provided they got their permits for fire and building code safety, and proceed to recognize all of the existing facilities, and then move forward from there as to anybody who might be looking to build new ones on a site-by-site basis.
So would that be by amendment, or would that just be?
We would have to bring a zoning
building permit.
We would have to bring a zoning bylaw amendment forward, and then the homeowner would have to respond to that with their individual applications to building.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much. First of all, I support the deferral. Like Councillor Thompson and Councillor Morocco, I just received this this week. It is a very detailed document. I compliment the staff for doing that. It's actually gone over a long period of time as well. My understanding is this was supposed to be into the region, I think, in June 2010, last year. And I think this is about the direction the city's going to go over the next 20 years. I think it makes absolutely, in my eyes, no sense to make that decision tonight. I'd like to go through it. I'd like to read exactly what we're doing. Just a quick thing on the population where you're talking about you expect us to grow by 30%. I'm not so sure that's realistic, but I wouldn't mind seeing the studies on that and how we got to that. But I would prefer to have this deferred. I would like to have the opportunity to go over this. I would like to have the opportunity to ask staff any questions that I have. And quite frankly, I'd like to talk to some of the residents about where we're going to head over the next 20 years, because at the end of the day, it's going to affect the entire community. So I'm certainly supporting to put this off for a while. Thanks very much.
Okay. Any other questions from council at this point? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives if the party has not made an oral or written submission at the public meeting. So council will now hear from anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Is there anyone who would like to approach the microphone? Okay, Jean, if you'd like to come up then. I would remind all presenters that you have a 10-minute limit to your speaking. Thank you. And if you could please state your name and your address for the record as you approach. Thank you.
Jean Grandoni, Rural Route Number 1, Garner Road, Niagara Falls, Ontario. I have a short letter here, and I can tell you if I had heard Mr. Thompson before I wrote it, it would be, I would have brought something much longer. I have a letter for the clerk which says delivered by hand. I'd like you to have that copy. And then I have some. I have some verbal comments to make as a result of what I've heard here tonight. To start with, you people have had a lot longer than the past few weeks when you were delivered your council package to read this. I've had this for a while. April 15th. This is the amendment. It's been available for you to read since April the 15th. That's a month. So those are just excuses, I believe, to accommodate the developers who want to expand the urban boundaries. And Mr. Thompson, if it's taken 20 years, it's because the sewage capacity was never there and the need was never there. And half of you have a conflict of interest. In March of 2007, half this council, including the mayor, stood up and said they had a conflict of interest. And Mayor Thompson is an honorary member of Club Italia at that time.
I stated I did not have a conflict of interest, and I still don't.
No, but you're an honorary member of the club. And then there was Mr. Carriol, Pietrangelo, Iannone, and Mr. Diodati, and Mr. Celsi that all declared conflicts of interest because they were members of Club Italia. And these expansions deal with their land too, I assume. I'll quickly read my letter and then I have some verbal comments. I am opposed to the deferral of this amendment and to last-minute changes negotiated to undermine it, especially when done without public input. And I would ask that the public meeting remain open. These are major things that you're dealing with. There's nothing minor about it, and it all should be re-advertised. The urban boundary expansion issue is already before the OMB, so a deferral of this Amendment 94 would serve no purpose. I remain opposed to any urban boundary expansions proposed by anyone into the Northwest and Beaver Dams areas based on both planning and infrastructure reasons, of which this council is well aware. You talk of losing skilled workers here, the fellow that was making the presentation on the tunnel. We're losing our skilled farmers, and there's little being done to make farmland affordable to young people. And the kind of thing you want to proceed with these expansions will just worsen that situation. I brought a biologist to the region when Amendment 2, 2009, which contains the loopholes for expansion, was brought to the region. And it was strong enough comment on the serious sewage situation in Shriners Creek to cause the amendment applications put forward by Mr. Celsi at the time to go into limbo. He asked for a deferral because of it. And you've been a year doing a project on Kaler Road, which is supposed to correct some of it, but has not anything to do with the amendments that you're talking about tonight. And it's taken you a year to do a project that was only supposed to be about 4 months because of the environmental sensitivity of the area. You try phase 2, who's going to pay for that? And that's not for flooding, because you only have about 6 houses flooding north of Thurlstone Road. That is specifically for development, and as far as I'm concerned, you obtained that permit from MOE based on misrepresentation of fact. I'm just thoroughly disgusted with this council and this town. I'm glad I know the Lord is coming soon, because that's the only time things are going to be put right. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak to the official? Yes, Mr. Zavriga, if you could state your name and your address, please. Oh, I'm sorry, just before you do, Councillor Carrier, you had a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. The reason I'm going to vote for a deferral is based on the letter that we got from SciTech. SciTech has asked for a deferral. They sent a 3-page letter by their lawyer and has asked us for a deferral. That's the reason that I thought we were going to defer this, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Member of Council, my name is Dennis Sabriga. I'm here, I act on behalf of the landowners around the Club Italia and the other nine owners that have lands around it. Basically, we've had dialogue with the planning department over the last 3 days. There's been some changes proposed. We're generally content with them. We're just of the opinion that we wanted more put in the report that represented council's decision on those lands, and Mr. Hurlovich has made provisions for that, and we'd be happy to have this matter move forward, but again, I can understand why the deferral will take place, because it is a very large document. Okay, and that's it for now.
Super. Any questions of Mr. Zavriga? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Did we have someone else that wanted to speak? Yep, sure. Come on up.
Your Worship, City Councilors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm referring to the...
If you could state your name and your address.
Gary
please.
Fisher, Carolyn Avenue. I'm referring to the Dorchester, Morrison area that we had a meeting last month on, and the proposal was turned down. I don't know why all of a sudden we have to build in this inner structure within the city. I don't understand why we're doing this. I've come here, I should have brought some pictures that will show you if that is how we're going to work the inner city. A starting example of what it's going to end up looking like is behind me off Drummond Road. You take the top end of Burdett and Carolyn Avenue and ask any one of the people that live in that area. There may be 30 units there. It's a dump. If you're going to put 300 units in, or as many as they think they can put in there in the next 5 years, after 5 years, I guarantee you the drain on our social structure in this city will be drained. Our fire department, our police force, and our ambulance services will be run ragged. And I apologize to the fire chief last month for not getting an answer from him when I asked him how he would get in to my area if there was a train. And I apologize for not letting you answer that, but could you answer that question for me now? Because I know you're not going to get in on La Marche if a train comes up and blocks Morrison Street.
Yeah, we can ask our chief to address that.
Your Worship, there are a variety of different avenues that we can use to get in there, whether we have to go around or not, depending on our knowledge of whether or not the access will be blocked. So the first avenue that we would have is to be able to go around by using Morrison and Dorchester and coming back in that way. If there's a train, which is an infrequent, but it does happen on occasion to be blocked through that route, we would try to go through La Marche, but if we couldn't go that way, we would end up going around either down Drummond Road and all the way around, or through a different way, just trying to get through. Station 3 and Station 2 come down Dorchester Road and approach that area from those directions. So there are 3 stations that will be responding to those calls for structure calls.
But it would have to go around if there was a train. It would have to be come off of Dorchester Road, right?
Or we would go down La Marche.
Yeah, if you can get down La Marche.
It's a secondary access that we use currently to access anything south of that intersection at Dorchester and Morrison.
Well, if there ever is a jam up there, I'd like to see a fire truck get around that corner if there's cars piled up along there. It's not going to happen. Anyway, what I'm trying to get to you is that you get a builder come in here, build these projects, whether they're 350 units, 250 units, 500 units, whatever they want to cram into these areas, and then they sell it to someone, and someone doesn't take care of the place, then it gets run down. And then you get all the riffraff in there. And I'm telling you, take a look on Drummond Road. If you don't believe me, take a look on Drummond Road. I don't need that down the other end of my street, and I think it's going to be such a drain on the city. It really will be. You give it 5 years from now after it's built, and I guarantee you what you're going to have. You're going to have an inner city sewer. I would like everybody on council to look at their years as city councilors and say, I was here when that arena was built. I was here when that convention center was built. But nobody's going to listen to those things. They're going to say, yeah, they also built that slum at the end of Burdett. I want you to think about it, and please. This Bill 94 is not for us. I don't care what anybody says. This bill is not for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Were there, yeah, Councillor Carrio.
Just a question or a comment, Your Worship, and we should have our planner explain to the gentleman whose idea it is or who's driving this show about intensification of density on sites like that. Because I think there's a misunderstanding. It's not us that's driving this intensification of density. So if Mr. Hurlovich could explain who's driving this show so that it's perfectly clear to the residents who is pushing this initiative.
Yeah, through Your Worship, to the Speaker, it's the province who is requiring that every municipality in the Golden Horseshoe prepare policies that will allow for intensification. How that intensification occurs is up to the individual councils, but we're being mandated to do this in order to use our infrastructure more efficiently and to slow the rate of sprawl outwardly and onto our agricultural resources.
And that would be the, Mr. Hillerich, that'd be the Places to Grow Act?
That's correct, the one that's on the screen.
And sir, so as you understand from our planner, this is being mandated to the municipalities by the province. They're not asking us, they're telling us. And as you know, the Paletta made a presentation here, and we turned it down at this council because we felt it was too intense. And I know the situation you're talking about, we all do, and that absolutely is not what we want in this city. And that's why we want to make sure we have some planned development with reasonable intensification. And you're right, we don't want it to turn into a slum, and we're not going to allow that to happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Hillerich. Councillor Gates.
Just real quick to Mr. Fisher. I did have a number of emails from your area today and a number of calls, and it is another reason why I want to, again, reach out to the residents and talk to them about exactly where we want to head over the next 20 years. I think that's our obligation as a council to do that as well. So I'll be talking to you for sure.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Well, I think, and this came up at the last meeting when Mr. Fisher was here, that regardless of what the province says about intensification, the decision is still by this council how it impacts on the surrounding area. And that's exactly why the decision was made with respect to that development, why it was turned down. I don't think anybody was supportive of that, in spite of the fact that the applicant is still writing to us indicating that he's not happy with our decision making. But we also have control over that development through you, Chair, to Mr. Hurlovich, regarding no access onto Arterial Road. There are other areas or reasons why we have total control over that, and it's still basically the council's decision. Is that not right?
That's correct, although I point out that the policy, the map that I showed earlier would still allow 50 units per hectare, which is greater than the residents would want to see. So perhaps that's an area that council would want us to re-examine if there is a deferral tonight.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Did we have someone else that wanted?
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Do you want to do that by motion? To look at that?
I don't know that we need a motion, but you know, when you defer it, we'll look at all of the things that were raised tonight,
Okay, so
which includes that.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Do you want to approach the microphone? Please state your name and your address.
Good evening. My name is Ken Gagnon of Terrell Planning and Development of 235 Martindale Road, St. Catharines. I'm here on behalf of the property owners on Carroll Avenue and Portage Road, which are in that redevelopment area, as pointed out by Mr. Hurlovich. I didn't expect to speak tonight because I've been working back and forth, dialoguing with planning staff on the policies relating to this area. We've had a lot of cooperation with planning staff, but I didn't see the final version of these policies that are before you tonight, and I heard Mr. Hurlovich speaking that the minimum height would be 4 to 10 stories, and I understand that we had asked for 2 to 10 stories. That would allow a gradation from the east side of the site down to the Carroll Avenue and Portage Road area, and I wasn't quite sure whether that had been addressed or not. Likewise with the Ohio Grass site, where the same owners are involved, and there was some finite policies there that I wanted to make sure that we were totally in agreement with before they were presented to you tonight. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe we can get some comment from Mr. Hurlovich. We've already given him direction and consideration through Councillor Thompson that maybe some of the areas we'd like a little bit softened. But maybe Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to address his comments in that area regarding the heights?
Yes, Your Worship, I believe the speaker is referring to this slide, and he wants another opportunity to re-examine that and speak with staff. And I think that's reasonable. We can report back again to council on whether we have agreement on that.
Thank you.
I knew we were close. I just haven't seen the final version.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have another? Yes. state your name and your address, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Victor Labrèche, planning firm of Labrèche Patterson and Associates based in Kitchener, Ontario. I think you have a letter from us submitted on Friday in your package with our contact information on there. We're here on behalf of the Ontario Restaurant Association to speak, really to answer any questions you may have on this letter, not to debate it, but to answer any questions you may have, as it's a late piece of correspondence. Unfortunately, we did not become aware of the new official plan until the last week. That's why our comments are rather late within the requirements of the Planning Act. Indirectly, I may be able to answer any questions from the legal firm of Gowlings, who represents the Ontario Restaurant Association as well. Mr. Hurlovich indicated towards the end of his presentation tonight that with this correspondence and discussion over the last few days on the matter, our correspondence relates to the fact in planning law, the prohibition of any use, again I would state any use, at the level of the official plan is not in keeping with the case law around this. So we're just bringing that to the city's attention. We have specifically worked with the restaurant industry on new zoning bylaw, urban design guidelines, and on occasion official plans throughout cities. And it's the prohibition of land use that is not supported by the decisions of that law at this. We're in support of what Mr. Hurlovich indicated earlier. We have an email from planning staff earlier today indicating that the deletion of policy 3.4.3.2 in its entirety will be recommended by staff, and we'll support that. And that is the end of my comments, and can answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Hurlovich, so just so we have some understanding here, you threw out some numbers real quick about a policy, and we just received these today too. Maybe could you extrapolate a little bit on that and help us to understand what you're opposed to in layman terms?
Okay, in the Greenfield policies of the official plan, bear with me, I apologize. It is under the Greenfield area of the official plan, policy 3.4.3.2 specifically indicates that drive-through facilities are not permitted as part of a restaurant or retail store in the Greenfield area. It is that specific policy that we've requested be removed from the official plan. As our correspondence indicates, prohibition, again, is not in keeping with the law at the level of the official plan. Prohibition within zoning bylaws is where it should be. Of course, it still needs to be justified, but Mr. Hurlovich indicated that your zoning bylaw will be reviewed. We're aware of that coming up shortly, and we anticipate to have those discussions at your zoning bylaw level, not at the official plan.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hurlovich, are you good with that? The comment?
I'm good on that, and we can report back to council as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sir, come on down.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is, I was here a couple weeks ago concerning the previous Dorchester, Morrison Street plan concerning Paletta, and we were opposed at that time, or I was opposed.
If you could
to
please state your name and your address.
Sorry. My name's Mark Sturtzinger. I live at 4687 Pettit Avenue. I sent an email of my concerns to all of council and staff, and it basically outlines some little history of the Morrison-Dorchester node. And I'm just kind of confused on why the Morrison-Dorchester node was selected for intensification, for a few reasons. The railway. They have quite a bit of commercial property. They have green space there, which is Optimus Park, which I understand we may be losing, which is unfortunate. I thought when new development was done, we wanted parkland for new development. But now, if we lose Optimus Park, for example, that Optimus Park was put there to benefit the community. Now it's going to be gone, and it's going to be houses. I just don't understand. I think the railway restricts development in this area. I think by increasing intensification, you're promoting more trespassing on CN land. The existing road infrastructure, I'm not sure it can handle intensification. Previous studies, previous environmental assessments indicated the road should be wider, 4 to 5 lanes. Morrison Street, Dorchester, from Morrison to Thurlstone Road. Are these works going to be done before this intensification is passed or after? Because, I mean, traffic has been a problem in there for quite a few years, as long as I've been around, 20 years, maybe even more. If you lose commercial land and change it to residential, how does this promote? Like, you don't want to lose commercial land in that area. I assume you don't want to lose, you want to promote more residential to support the commercial. Is that correct? Is that the reason why this note was chosen? That's, I guess my question to.
Well, we can get comment from our director of planning. Obviously, we were originally trying to sell the plant and have some other industry move in, and that hasn't happened yet. So the proposal that's come forward has been of a residential nature. I don't know, Mr. Hurlovich, did you have any further comment to why we're looking at residential redevelopment here?
Well, it's the excuse me, it's the level of commercial activity that's approved but unbuilt. You know, we have 200,000 square feet approved of commercial space on the Old Acres site. We have 100,000 square feet of vacant Walmart space. We have a further 100,000 square feet of vacant space approved on the Zayres site, unbuilt. There's obviously a lack of market to support those areas. So what we're doing is giving an alternative to some of that commercial space being built, as well as bolster the space that's there by creating a new market. So the speaker is correct. That's part of our intention, is to provide an additional market to support the commercial space that is there.
Thank you.
I guess I have experience in dealing with absentee owners abutting my property. I abut on the Riocan property, and I've been dealing with them for many, many years on their issues with commercial versus residential. Fencing, screening, noise, dust, you name it, I've been dealing with it for the last 20 years. They're an absentee owner. They're in Toronto somewhere. And I recently asked staff, the bylaw department and the city clerk's department, they've been very supportive of me in dealing with the commercial property owner. I mean, they're a big giant and I'm just a small person. And to deal with them is like dealing with, it's almost impossible sometimes to deal with. And I understand those site plans are fairly old as far as the Riocan property, the IGA Zellers. But I believe intensification here. I'm happy to see you've downgraded to 2 to 3 stories, 50 units per hectare. I like to see less, if possible, especially abutting our 1-story single-family houses or our semis. But can this height also apply to commercial or just residential? Can they put 2 to 3-story commercial buildings closer to our property?
The current zoning would allow a 3-story building. It permits up to 10 meters in height.
What is? I have a question about offset from the existing residential. What would that be? How would that be? Would that be covered under site plan? As far as the setbacks and screening, proper screening.
Well, that setback screening are covered by zoning, and that would be a site-specific zoning, Your Worship. So it would depend on a particular application, which we don't have.
Okay. Anyways, I appreciate your time.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Worship. Just on this topic, can I ask, just through yourself, I guess, to Mr. Hurlovich, the current zoning, if that property owner were to come down and change it to residential, what would be the density that they could build under currently? And is it changing much in the slide that you have shown here?
They don't have any rights to build anything residential at the moment, Your Worship. It's a commercial plaza and it's zoned for commercial use. We do have an official plan policy that's in existence now that says if lands are surplus to commercial need, they could be rezoned for residential purposes. So it would be up to RioCan to come in. You know, there's a large parking lot, for instance, to the east. The industrial lands?
Paletta? Yeah, the Chef
sorry.
Boyardee.
Okay, so sorry, what's the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the question is, and it's in specific, the Paletta lands. I mean, you know, there seems to be residents that are concerned that, you know, we're changing the official plan and it's going to allow greater intensification. So if they were to come down now and ask for an application to change to a residential zone, what would be the current height restrictions that they'd have to follow and the current density?
They came down and they asked, and you already turned them down. They asked for 6 stories. You turned them down.
What would be the current policy that they could build on?
It's industrial, so they couldn't build a residential building. I don't.
If they were to receive a residential zone?
It's a chicken and egg. So I'm afraid I can't answer the question. The application was made, and that's the application that council turned down. They couldn't do anything. So if they came in, they might ask for a 20-story tower the next time. I have no idea.
So then, if we were to exclude this piece of property from OPA 94, then they wouldn't be allowed to change from industrial to residential?
The map that's on the screen at the moment, those mauve-colored lands, I don't know what color, I'm going to call it mauve, would allow them to build 2 or 3 story high buildings up to 50 units per hectare. 50 units per hectare would be, well, a 3-story walk-up apartment building.
Okay, and if we were to exclude those lands, then basically they wouldn't be allowed to change from
That's
industrial
correct.
to residential?
That's correct.
And we're not looking at that?
Well, that's one of the things that Councillor Gates brought up a little earlier when he mentioned he had a number of emails, and I said we would respond to that when we come back. And I believe Councillor Thompson said you want a specific motion to that effect. But so if you want to make it as specific, we could say that the Chef Boyardee lands be removed from this particular schedule, which is A2D. So we could remove those lands from the schedule and report back to council
And
that
that
we've
seems
done
to be
that.
the flavor of council at this point. So, I mean, if you need a motion, be happy to make it, or Councillor Thompson.
Well, if there's some confusion, then it would probably be good to have a motion.
Then I'll make the motion.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Peter Angelo,
We can't entertain the motions till you close them.
which we can't entertain until the public meeting is closed.
Okay.
So, but staff, here's the direction of where we're going with that. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Schertzinger, yes, did you have another comment to that?
If you remove that from the schedule, does that mean it stays commercial and it can't be residential?
Industrial.
Industrial, sorry. Industrial, that's
Yeah.
correct. It'll be industrial.
Until this council decides to change it.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, is there any other questions from council of any of the speakers? Are there any other speakers? Okay, we've entertained all. Now, it's up to the council what direction you want to go. We can either close the public meeting and defer decision, or we can just defer at this point, and if we have any further input or dialogue, we can deal with it at our next meeting. So I know there's a deferral coming. Did you want to close it or for deferral? Okay, a motion for deferral by Councillor Thompson and seconded by, I'm sorry? Yes, and seconded by Councillor Wing. But you're suggesting closing the, deferring it without closing it, is that what you're saying? Okay. The motion on the table right now is to close the meeting, defer the meeting rather, but leave it open.
Can I ask what the difference would be?
Well, quite simply, you wouldn't entertain deputations next time. By just deferring it right now, you're entertaining that possibility.
Councillor Thompson?
And that's the objective, because I think there are people who responded in the information that we have in front of us here, but I also heard that there are people who were not able to be here tonight who would like to be here, and I'd like to hear them the next time around. So
fair enough.
The objective is to leave it open so that we can hear the deputations and make a decision with the opportunity to hear their comments in the future.
Fair enough. Councillor Gates?
Yeah, just real quick, I just think this is far too important decision on behalf of the council, the city, and the residents to close it off. I think if more residents want to come and talk to us about this, I think we have an obligation to listen, so I think we should leave it open.
Fair enough. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, would we be able to make a motion then after the deferral goes through, back to staff, to give them direction on the specific letterlines?
Well, you can obviously make a motion to give staff direction.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion for deferral right now, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Wing. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. And now, yes, Councillor, Councillor. Mr. Hurlovich.
Just for everybody who's in the room and who might be listening, the earliest that this would come back would be the July 13th council meeting, because otherwise we'd have to have our work ready for Wednesday of this week in order to come back for the 30th. So June 13th would be the earliest, and if council feels they would like more time, then I would suggest the meeting following that in June.
I think that's fair. I mean, last time was 79. I mean, this is going to be have long-term effects in the city, and I don't think you should rush it. I think that's as long as it takes to get it right. And now, Councillor Pietrangelo, did you want to make a motion giving direction to staff?
Yeah, Your Worship, I don't think I'm the first to say it, but I will make the motion that we give staff direction to take the letterlines out of the OPA 94.
Okay, and we have a motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Morocco. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, everyone that was here for the official plan amendment.
Will the residents be notified of this meeting in July?
Mr. Clerk?
There would be an advertisement in the newspaper like we did for the notification on this matter.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up are the mayor's reports and announcements. Oh, did I miss? I missed one. I'm sorry. Oh, no, hold on. We've got one more just before I get to this. We've got a public meeting for a telecommunication facility consultation. We'd ask the clerk to make comment, please.
We have a brand new script for the, I'll take that one back. Industry Canada is responsible for licensing and approvals for telecommunication equipment and facilities across Canada. Industry Canada has a mandatory consultation process that requires the proponents to consult with local landowners and land use authorities like the city prior to construction of the facility. Although this is not considered a public meeting under the Planning Act, as part of the consultation process, City Council will hear from the proponent, any interested parties, and will consider the staff recommendation report. Therefore, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a telecommunications tower at 4536 Portage Road. We have a script that's sort of been developed, but I'd ask before the mayor asks for the agent for the applicant to speak, if Mr. Hurlovich can just address a slight change to the recommendation.
Mr. Hurlovich?
Thank you, Worship. Staff was supporting the proposed telecommunication tower on Portage Road. This is near Perkins, to fill in a blank spot. But it was brought to my attention by the fire chief today that we have not yet heard from the emergency services that provide the helicopter airlifting to the hospital, and apparently this tower is within the cone of the flight path for the helicopters that approaches the hospital. And so I'd suggest that where our recommendation says that we approve or support the telecommunication tower as submitted, that we remove the words as submitted and substitute subject to satisfying the flight path requirements for the emergency service. And that would be a modification to the work that council has seen and the proponents would have known about.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, there was some opposition with respect to the tower again with an adjacent landowner. Have you had dialogue or discussion with them there anyone here tonight regarding that matter?
There is.
Not yet, we're not quite ready yet, yeah.
Well, I'd like to hear.
First we have to get the proponents up here.
Do you mean a resident?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Do you mean a resident? Is there anyone here?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Reyes, I'm here representing
The agent.
no, actually the adjacent property owner.
Do we have anyone here representing the applicant? Oh, you're representing the applicant? Okay, then I'm sorry, you are the one we want to see. I thought you were one of the residents. Okay, if you could please state your name.
Sure.
And your address.
It's Dwayne Lovelace with the Altus Group, representing buildability with respect to the telecommunications facility.
Okay, thank you. So did you was there anything you wanted to say?
I'm actually here to address any concerns or questions that council or anybody may have with respect to the facility.
Okay. Councillor Thompson?
Have you had any dialogue with the neighbors in the area? Have you addressed any of their concerns? I guess we're going to hear that anyway, are we?
Yes, that's right. So just to give you a bit of history of what I've done is, as per Industry Canada's protocol, is we've submitted a notification package to property owners within 3 times the tower height, as well as sent a notification package to the school that's located close by. As well as we also submitted a newspaper article in the right now I can't recall the name of the paper.
The Review?
Yes, that's it, the Niagara Review. And we also hosted a open house. Now, throughout our 30-day consultation process, 2 people has approached me and expressed their comments with respect to the facility. I've had dialogue with Mr. Roman with respect to the facility. And since then, we're here today to render a decision.
Okay, well, we'll see what the solicitor says or the opposition.
Okay. At this point, with any questions of councillors, of representative of the agent? No. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. All right. Now, anyone, you'd like to approach the microphone, please?
Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Diodati, distinguished council members. I'll be brief. My name is Roman Hersation. I represent 2249510 Ontario Inc., which is the property owner at 5800 Thoroldstone Road. The address probably means nothing, but it's a landmark. It's the former Lubrizol facility. It was on the Stanford map, actually, with the Director of Planning headed up on this slide. I'm not a solicitor. I represent the ownership group there. For the record, we do not object to the tower, and just to lay some groundwork, it's 40 meters tall. It's 120 feet. It's a large tower. I'm not sure if you saw the package. There's a photograph there taken from distance, and PowerPoint superimposed little tower in the background. We're talking a very large structure. Now, we have concerns, like I said, for the record, we don't oppose the tower, but we oppose its placement. It's right on our property line. Actually, I was just curious whether or not CN was contacted directly, whether or not they had any opposition, because it's right on the property line, right on the CN rail siding. Now, we purchased this property with the sole intention of operating a green energy business. And the current infrastructure of the property is exactly what we're looking at. We're bringing back 50 skilled employees. And some of our plans as a later phase will include expansion. That expansion is going to require additional buildings, additional infrastructure in the form of tanks, process columns. Having this tower right on the property line will definitely hinder and perhaps impede our plans for that property. Furthermore, a lot of the process equipment, the instrumentation that we'll be using for production, for logistics, for safety reasons, having 6 antennas and whatever other equipment, I'm not a telecommunication expert, but there's definite potential impact that could hinder the equipment and perhaps impede its performance. So that is a negative impact to us. What we're asking for is that that the tower be set back a reasonable distance. We don't have an objection to the location, set it back. Something that's coincidental in my notes that I think Director of Planning, Mr. Hurwitz, brought up. We too are looking at an application for our business needs for a helicopter pad. And again, I mean, talking to our experts, to our analysts, there's 20, 30 acres of vacant land south of the railway siding. I'm not sure if that map could be brought up because it gives you a good visual, but it's vacant land. The eastern boundary is a canal. Beyond the canal is the cemetery. What we're asking for is move that tower down, move it back, move it to the east side, move it somewhere in the area where it won't hinder our operation, provides the functionality for Bell. Altus has been hired to champion this tower for Bell Mobility. Again, for the record, we don't object or oppose the tower itself, but we don't want it near our property for the reasons that I had mentioned earlier. I hope I've made myself clear. I'm not sure if you have any questions of me.
Are there any questions of Mr. Herseshen? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, just some very interesting and exciting comments about the property. Are you with Lubrizol?
No,
still the owner? You purchased it from Lubrizol?
We negotiated. We purchased the property from Lubrizol. We've currently retained some of the staff, a skeleton staff right now, just for property maintenance. We're in the process of looking to establish our business at that plant. The infrastructure is perfectly suited for our needs. The talent pool there was phenomenal. We plan on tapping into it. We plan on being here. We're in a sunrise industry right now. It's truly a recycling business. It's there's a lot of talk about Niagara Falls and hydro, but there are a lot of green energy projects, and we're one of them. So we hope to be part of this community going forward, and we look forward to a long stay in Niagara Falls.
Well, that's very. Were you aware of that? Yeah, you didn't tell us. What's going on? Secret stuff here again. Anyway, welcome to Niagara Falls. It's great. A great piece of property, and hopefully it can be put to good use again and get some jobs hired there. That's great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, you've made a request about moving the tower back, and maybe we could get the agent up here to maybe address that suggestion?
So first, I'll just address the question he asked if CN had been notified. Now, CN for this site hasn't been notified due to the access issues that we may have. However, had there been easy access, we would have contacted CN, and it would have been a very easy and quick negotiations, as Bell Mobility does have master agreements with CN. Now, to justify the location of the tower, it's this was also the landowner at the landowner's request. My objection is not only to meet Bell Mobility's coverage objective, but I also want to set it back as far away as I can from the residential neighborhood, including the school, and the proposed location is suited at the best location to meet those needs. If we do move it closer to the south, closer to the residents, I feel that it will have a negative impact with the residents.
May I ask what the negative impact is?
Well, moving it closer. Well, first of all, it's going to be more of a visual impact on the school and the residents, and again, at the landowner's request. Bell Mobility doesn't have a problem putting it anywhere on that property. It will work regardless for Bell. It's at the landowner's request.
I would ask for the same consideration that for our property. Of course, there's a visual impact that you're referring to. As a matter of fact, the western side of the city.
Could you want to come up to the microphone and address the council if you could?
My apologies. Yeah. I said that I would ask for the same consideration in terms of visual impact, but the new plan brought forward, the western side of the rail siding is all proposed for development, for residential development, and the tower would be, actually it's up there right there. If you can draw your attention to that yellow geometric shape, right there actually is a little bit higher is where the tower would be. Now, we're talking about all that yellow land is residential, so You can't see it on that graph there, but further down and east is all vacant land. So again, we're going back, there's 20, 30 acres, I don't know exactly the size, but the eastern boundary of that parcel is a canal. And the other residents on either side of that are, well, they're in a cemetery, so. So our position is fairly clear. I mean, for operation purposes, for safety purposes, we don't want any ill effects of the radio waves impeding and hindering our equipment. Also, the point about CN, the placement of that tower right on that rail siding, our industry, our business is going to rely heavily on rail car traffic. That's the most efficient way of transporting product, better than truck and trailer. And having a tower right there, we looked at the impact of heavy rail cars by that structure day in, day out. If there's no setback, we will be putting forward a request that the property owner and Bell indemnify us for any potential structural damage. Further, if there's no setback, our instrumentation too, if there are any problems, we're going to be looking for an acknowledgement of potential liability. If they do have a problem, that is taken into consideration. We will demand that document up front.
Perhaps we could ask Mr. Hurlovich, could you, with your red marker there, show us, because this map that we received in our package is very difficult to read. Where is it currently being proposed?
Right here at the curve of the railway track, and this is the old S&T rail line, so it's right about there. And this is the back of the Lubrizol property here, fronts on the Thurlstone Road. So the existing factory is up near the frontage. What I understand from the speaker is that at some point in the future they may expand the rear of the property with some tanks.
And they would like to see it moved in what direction?
Further southeast.
Yeah, so canal is over on the right-hand side of the screen, so somewhere over towards the hydro canal. It's city's policy to keep the tower as far away from residential properties as possible. We're proposing this could be used for residential purposes, but it's still designated and zoned for industrial and commercial purposes. The residential area is the area down towards the road.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, well, we've heard from the fire chief that it could be in the line of the helicopter service coming in there. We've heard that we have an opportunity for reestablishing an industry on the Lubrizol property, and this might interfere with it. So, and I know we're just a commenting agency with respect to this. We can't say we deny the opportunity, but I would suggest that the city coordinate with the representative from Bell Mobility and Lubrizol to come up with a suitable recommendation that is meets with the fire department and the helicopters and the Lubrizol, and report back to us, to council. And if not, that we object to the location that is being proposed. I'll make that a motion.
Okay. Councillor Morocco.
Actually, I'll support the motion because I think it's perfect sense that we've got a company we don't want to deter from coming here, and Bell Mobility, I think if they can work it out, then it's fine. So, yes, I support it.
No, we can't yet have the motion until we close the meeting. Want to know? Yes, ma'am. Would you like to come up and address the microphone? Yes, please. Councillor Gates.
I think Wayne's come up with a very good solution, except I think we should include the residents. That's, get all the parties together, stakeholders, and make a decision.
Yes.
I'm Judith McCarthy, 6139 Summer Street. And in the last 6 months, I've been doing a lot of research on telecommunication towers. I, too, approve of this, and I went to their open house and got the information. I, too, approve of it, and you've really had a shocker when you found out it was because towers are supposed to be higher these days. So now that it's in this flight plan, it's changed Bell's planning. And I also approve this tower because it's a co-locator, and a co-locator is one where other telecommunication companies can come in and use it and attach on as well. And this is the type of tower that you want, and this is the type of tower you are recommending in your consultation process, which I have a copy here. I asked Mr. Lovelace how close the tower is to St. Antoine's Elementary Catholic School, and he was not able to answer my question. He says it's more than 3 times the height of the tower, which is 120 meters, but he was not able to answer it. And so I would like to just take 1 minute and read a few pieces of information. In Vancouver, they have passed construction prohibits from cellular antennas within 305 meters of school properties. In Palm Beach, Florida, and Los Angeles and New Zealand, they have prohibited cell-based phone base stations and antennas near schools due to safety concerns. And if you just, and one more, since I'm here. This is from a safety code, draws criticism at a House of Commons Standing Committee on Health, and this was in 2010, and it was advised that the buffer zone be at least 400 meters between cell phone towers and humans, but with the addition of 3rd generation and 4th generation technology, the distance should be even further. So my concern is that if you move the tower farther back, how close is it going to be to the children at St. Antoine's School? So perhaps there is a happy medium somewhere. And Mr. Hurlovich, may I just express this one other concern I have for you? And every time in the paper it says, please take notice that the approval of this site and its design is under the exclusive jurisdiction of the Government of Canada through Industry Canada. And I feel that municipalities now and in the future are going to have so many cell phone companies, because it's an expanding industry, that you don't have much say at all. And you do know that, don't you? And so I'm just expressing this as a concern down the road in the future, whether you ever want to address this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. Is there anybody else? Oh, yeah, Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a question, I guess, through you to Mr. Hurlovich. And Mrs. McCarthy said one thing that was very interesting, and that is that, you know, the municipality is going to be faced with more applications like this. Does it not seem reasonable to use the utility corridors that we already have, which would be the hydro right-of-ways, to put up these type of towers?
It's a great question. Maybe, yes, Mr. Love?
I was going to say, I'd defer to the industry who might know better how to locate those.
Come on up.
Sorry, I can answer that question.
Great question.
The hydro corridors, I'm trying to remember the date, I believe 2005, they have declined entertaining into any telecommunication deals with any carrier, in fact, which would have been the easiest and the cheapest choice for all telecom carriers. Unfortunately, they're not even answering our calls.
There's got to be a reason.
We are still trying to find out. Not just Bell Mobility, we're talking about the industry.
Mr. Beeman, did you want to comment?
Well, just from having dealt with a bit of a battle between Hydro and Bell, I think one of the reasons why, Mr. Mayor, they don't want, the Hydro people don't want the telecommunication systems on their corridors is because their wires tend to leak and then they interfere with the transmissions, which leads to contests over who's going to fix what. Certainly in the case I was involved in, that was the problem, was that it was our client was a cable network and their transmissions were being interrupted by a hydro line, and it was a very acrimonious battle. They're not supposed to, by law, interfere with the transmissions, but as a matter of course they sometimes do, and so Hydro is very cautious about having transmission equipment near them, because then they end up being responsible for a higher level of maintenance on their own equipment.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that Councillor Pietrangelo suggestion doesn't make sense from a land use perspective. I mean, it's a waste of land to be putting these towers when we've already got these huge corridors, but that seems to be the politics between these two land users.
And what, along the same lines, Mr. Lovelace, that Councillor Pietrangelo mentions, we have canal corridors going through the city as well. Had you looked at any of the canal corridors?
Now, just to keep in mind that the location of the tower was determined by Bell's internal RF engineers. If we move the site anywhere outside of a certain radius, the tower defeats the purpose. Originally, they wanted it right in the center of, just forgive me because I'm still trying to get familiar with the streets, Drummond Road and Perkins, which is extremely close to the residential neighborhood. And it was an internal battle just to move the site to where it is today to get it to work. If we move the site, I believe the canal, and just if you could point on the map where the canal is located, is it further
east?
East.
Right
Correct.
there.
If it's further east, further east defeats the purpose according to the RF engineer. Anywhere on that property will work again. I just want to repeat that it is the landowner's decision. If I can convince the landowner, Bell's all for it.
The canal's awfully close to the Lubrizol property. I mean, they abut.
Correct.
So they're not that far off. So I'm not sure, and I don't know enough about telecommunications to know. Maybe your engineers, this needs to be part of what we need to look at.
Correct.
Because we've got some sterilized land, so to speak, that nothing can be built on. That's fenced off and protected, and that's not near residential. That cordons off the city. So it might be another opportunity, piggybacking on Councillor Pietrangelo's idea.
Sure. I'll bring that recommendation to Bell to investigate the canal.
Yeah, it's potential. We're a unique city in that regard with our canal corridors to power the hydroelectric energy. Is there any other questions for Mr. Lovelace? Yes?
Your Worship, if I may, I think Mr. Lovelace had a good suggestion. I just heard that the landowner does not want to put the tower further south on his property for southeast, and it is 23 acres.
Do you want to come up to the microphone?
I'm really sorry about that. Mr. Lovelace just disclosed that it's the landowner that objects to moving the tower away from the railway or from the boundary or property line. There's 30 acres of vacant land. I'm sure there's an amicable solution to this. And that's all we're asking for is a setback that makes sense. Thank you.
I think you're probably not that far off. If, like you said, we could get them together. Pardon me? Yeah, okay, well, why don't we do that? We'll close, if there's no one else to speak to the issue from the public, we're now going to officially close the meeting, and I would ask Councillor Thompson to make his motion.
Yeah, that we have our staff deal with the property owners of the Lubrizol and the Bell Mobility, and any residents that want to be involved to come up with a suitable resolution for the location, including the fire department concerns regarding the helicopter, and report back to council.
Fair enough. Seconded by Councillor Morocco. Is there any other discussion? Okay. No? All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming out. Right, now we are moving on to the mayor's remarks and comments. Recently, this past week, it was Niagara Week at Queen's Park. Myself and colleagues from the region participated in what we call Niagara Days at Queen's Park. It's very, very successful. We get to meet with all the ministers that are in power, official opposition, and otherwise, deputy ministers, members from all the different parties, and we discuss priorities for the region and specifically for our city. And I can tell you some of those discussions were specific on year-round GO train service, an entertainment complex, among other issues that were specific to Niagara Falls. As well, we host a reception that's become very, very popular at Queen's Park because we bring in Niagara wines, we bring in culinary experiences from Niagara College, and it attracts some of the top ministers, including the Premier himself, including Mr. Hudak, the leader of the official opposition, as well as many other members of provincial Parliament. This past weekend, there were the 40 Under 40 Awards, hosted by the Business Link magazine. There are a few names from Niagara Falls that we'd like to acknowledge. Tara Adams from Snap Niagara magazine, Nick Golia from Upper Canada Consultants, Jeff Garashi from Project Share in Niagara Falls, and Jessica Kemp from the Kemp Financial Group. Congratulations to all of you. As well, congratulations for not even being 40 yet. So good for you. That's why they don't mind me saying their name, because they're under 40. We know that. The Niagara Tunnel Project, we don't need to mention too much more. Strabag was here, but we were very happy to have the Premier here, as well as many senior ministers. And I can tell you we had a very productive time bending the Premier's ear on a lot of Niagara Falls issues. He was very sympathetic, and he's already on some of the issues. We're happy to report. Niagara Regional Police Tug of War. And I have to kind of paint this picture for you. It's annual. It's on the Rainbow Bridge, and it was kind of neat because I got out there a little bit early. All the traffic was stopped as they did their march down Clifton Hill onto the Rainbow Bridge, and it was kind of neat if you could picture. The Americans were already waiting for us on the bridge, and as we're out on the bridge, people were saying, we could hear it, we could hear it. And it was a foggy day on Saturday. You could just see the tops of buildings. It was I guess it could have been like it was in Scotland. And all of a sudden you can hear the bagpipes, but you couldn't see anything. You just heard them, and they were echoing in the gorge, and they could hear them on the American side, and everybody was looking for about 5 minutes. They couldn't see anything. Then all of a sudden, through the fog, was a police motorcade with their lights going, and as they pulled onto the bridge. And then next, behind them were the marching honor guard, and after actually it started off with our Mr. Tidd, our town crier, and then it was the bagpipers and a full team of bagpipers, then the honor guard, then the marching, and then the actual men carrying the rope. You know, all of them with their playoff beards and pretty pumped up as they came onto the bridge. It was a pretty intimidating scene as they walked onto the bridge. You could just feel the tension building as they got out there, and their families came, and before we knew it, the Rainbow Bridge was just packed with people, not cars. And there were some speeches, there was a little bit of trash talk between the mayors, and then things began. And I'm happy to report that 2 in a row were won by Niagara's finest, and we retained the cup here in Canada. Everybody shook hands afterward, and they said, next year, we'll get you next year. And we said yes, and the Leafs will win next year too. So good for you guys. So it was a very exciting experience, like I said, with the fog and the bagpipes. Arbor Day, we want to thank the more than 90 students from St. Paul and Notre Dame Elementary for working with the Park and the City Committee, our park staffs, and as well, Councillor Peter Angelo was out that day to help orchestrate the event as they planted 45 native trees at Mitchelson Park on Arbor Day. Should also point out that Councillor Wing is also a member of the committee. Our thanks as well to the Niagara Falls Horticultural Society for taking part and donating 12 of the 45 trees, to Zappies for donating pizza, Tim Hortons for donating all the things that Tim Hortons donates. The Niagara Falls Casino Green Team should also be commended for planting 25 trees along the Olympic Torch Run Legacy Trail. It was a nice day. We got everything done just before the rain hit. This past Saturday was Community Clean Sweep. This year's event was another great success thanks to 350 volunteers who participate in the annual cleanup within the city. The weather was a little rough, but we were able to collect over 300 bags of garbage before the rain hit. Then we had a reception at Michelangelo's afterwards. It was a lot of fun, and it was a real productive time. And as well, our CAO was out there picking up garbage as well, so it was good to see him down there as well. Project Share go-kart races took place this Saturday, and this was all for Project Share, but the hotly contested race, of course, came down between Corey LaRocque, review reporter that covers our council meetings, and Rob White, who does the morning show at the River, 105.1 The River. And the winner was Corey LaRocque. So that means that Rob White has to come in here and has to cover one of the council meetings and has to write a story. And Rob maintains that there was some cheating going on. He's certain that he saw LaRocque leaving the track the night before with a bottle of Mazzola. We're not sure if there's any truth to the rumors, but he will be in here covering the story, so we'll see where that goes. This past weekend, I'm sure anyone in town couldn't have driven around without noticing cheerleaders. We had over 20,000 people here for a cheerleading event that was held at our brand new convention center, and what an absolutely amazing event. I don't know, I was speaking with the organizers. They haven't done an economic impact study yet to find out how big it was, but the hotels, the motels were packed. The restaurants, the bakeries, the shopping, everyone was jam-packed. There were buses from Prince Edward Island to Victoria and everything in between. It was an absolutely unbelievable event. And the exciting, and if you didn't have a chance to catch it, it's its first time, this national championship being here in Niagara Falls. It's called Cheer Evolution. It's the Canadian Nationals. And it was from kids right up to their parents. Their parents were performing as well. It was quite the scene. It was like American Idol or Canadian Idol. The lights, the sound, the adjudicators, the event itself was unbelievable. And the guy said, the organizer said, you know, I don't think the area probably really appreciated how big this event was. And I could tell, I said, I certainly had no idea. But anywhere you went in the city, there were cheerleaders in their outfits. It was definitely a lot of fun, a lot of excitement, a lot of drama. And I know that they're working. They would like to secure Niagara Falls as their permanent location for the next 4 years. It went over so well. And you know, I bring greetings to a lot of conventions that come to town, and every convention I speak to, I ask them the same question. How's your attendance this year compared to last year and past years? And every single one has said our attendance spikes when we come to Niagara Falls. And it's not a surprise, because Niagara Falls is truly a destination that people want to come to. The spouses, the kids, everybody wants to jump along and stay here. One conference that I brought greetings to, they extended their stay by an extra 3 days for the spousal and companion programs. It's exciting, and that's why there's a huge need for a theater in this town. When you get events like this with 20,000 people at our convention center, and they want to go see concerts, they want to go see shows, we need the entertainment to keep them here. And there's no doubt about it, this was a big and exciting event, and we look forward to them coming back next year. Thursday, May the 19th, we're going to officially reopen the Waitman Bridge. So for anybody that's available that day, it's going to be at 8:30 in the morning in Cummington Square. This will be a special week because we'll be there to support our Municipal Works team during Municipal Works Week. So it'll be a great opportunity to pay respect for those that have worked so hard to put this bridge together, as well as many other projects. And the last announcement is Go Train weekend service. It kicks off this weekend. As a matter of fact, Saturday morning at 11 a.m., we'll have an official welcome. We're going to have welcome greeters meeting the train as it arrives in from Union Station. I'll be there myself as well, and we want to show everybody how excited we are to have them here. And as well, we want this to paint the picture for permanent year-round GO Train rail service to the city of Niagara Falls. Our goal is 2015 to time with the Pan Am Games. The Convention Center will be the host center for the Pan Am Games, and it makes a lot of sense that we tie in the GO Train with the people mover system, with the theater, with the convention center, with our airport, with our new terminal, and people can see the critical mass. And I can tell you the Premier absolutely saw the big picture of the critical mass that's about to happen here, and he's very, very supportive of the big picture that we're working on here. So a lot of neat and exciting things going on this weekend, and that ends my comments for tonight. Now, moving on to communications and comments of the city clerk. Are there anything else, Mr. Clerk, you wanted to add? No? Okay. First item, Elder Abuse Awareness. There's been a request that the month of June be proclaimed as Elder Abuse Awareness Month. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Gates. All those in favor? Okay. March of Dimes Canada requests the week of May 29th to June 4th be proclaimed National Access Awareness Week. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor? It's unanimous. The Niagara Shrine Club requests the week of June 6th to June 12th be proclaimed Shriners Week. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Spina Bifida and Association of Ontario requests the month of June be proclaimed Spina Bifida and Hydrocephalus Awareness Month. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? All right. Thank you. Public Works Week. Request the week of May 15th be proclaimed National Public Works Week. Moved by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, the Lundy's Lane BIA requests a council approve Tish de Bologna as the 14th member of the board, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Wing. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Celebrate Old Downtown request use of City Hall property and that the city provide a grant equal to the waiver of staff cost for road closure and midnight cleanup crew for Springalicious. Moved by Councillor Morocco, seconded by, do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's passed. Are there any additional items for council, Mr. Clerk? No? Okay, now we are dealing with our budget, and I would call on Councillor Peter Angelo to take over the chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll be dealing with Report F 2011-22, dealing with the 2011 capital projects budget. And I believe that Mr. Harrison is going to be giving a presentation. He has a short PowerPoint presentation for us.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Angelo. Tonight we're looking for council to approve the capital works budget. It's due to numerous reasons. It's a little late into the year to be going forward with the capital budget. However, we believe it's at the right time that we need to get this passed. Tonight we're going to be talking about the budget in general as a transitional budget. We're going to run through some of the expenditures included in the capital budget, the sources of funding, the projects. You were provided a budget binder with all of the projects that are going forward this year, and then just to summarize some steps that we'll be taking as staff as we prepare for the 2012 year. As you know, we talked that it's going to be a transitional budget year. We've provided a one-year snapshot of all the spending that's going to be going on. The direction given to the senior staff was that projects that absolutely were necessary and ready to go would be put forth. We also are building on council's priority to have a community that's fiscally sustainable. As you understand, we're dealing in many cases with aging infrastructure. And the last financial statement that you received, the value of our collective capital assets was in the $756 million range. And as a result, you can understand that a long-term strategy, a long-term plan of replacing and repairing those assets, as well as bringing on new assets that a growing community needs, is necessary. And that's the reason we're saying that this year is a transitional budget. There are many projects that are also being completed this year that are ongoing from the previous year. The convention center, which is fully funded from outside sources, has been completed, but at the beginning of the year is when we start, so obviously there was catch-up to do. The various rink projects and the Stimulus Canada projects that we received are also going to be completed this year. As well, there are some infrastructure projects we'll be finishing, and if you drive down Ferry Street, you'll see that we're well along our way. The Ferry Street reconstruction project is one of those projects that was previously approved but now is underway. As we talked about, we need to have long-term sustainability for our capital infrastructure, and we'll tie in a few steps that staff will be undertaking in this year to accommodate that goal. The other item is the growth. As you know, we have a development charges bylaw which charges developers for the growth factor in new development. One thing to remind ourselves, though, is that with that there is always a percentage of each of those projects that has to be funded from the existing ratepayers. And it's something that we have to, that comes out of our tax budget or operating budget. So moving forward, we can see that our long-term sustainability, what exactly is it? Well, what it basically means is that we have to ensure that we do three things. We have to identify our capital needs. And what we're proposing to do is to develop 10-year capital project plans across each of the divisions. Much of the emphasis in the past has been on infrastructure underneath the ground, on top of the ground, whether it be roads. But the city has a lot more assets that it has to reinvest in, including our rolling stock, our buildings, and other items that we have. To do this, we need to develop financial tools. In our operating budget, we're talking about looking at a zero-based budget to see what savings we can put forth. Much of the pressure on our capital budget comes from the fact that most everything that we do, other than sewer and water, has to be financed out of our tax base. And as a result, there's a lot of competition amongst the various departments for capital money. And we need to come up with solutions for that. The last thing is a debt management strategy. Over the last couple of years, we've added significant debt for significant capital projects. Moving forward, the ability to add new debt is mitigated, and we are limited by how much debt we want to take on. And as a result, we're going to be reviewing that. Moving forward, we can see that the types of expenditures that the city has is pretty straightforward. Replacement of water lines and water infrastructure, replacement of sewage lines and sewage infrastructure, including the separation of storm and sewer lines. We have a large, significant building inventory. This is aging, and we need to determine whether we keep these buildings or sell them. If we're going to keep them, we need assessments on the buildings to know exactly what they're going to cost. The roads. We hear constantly that the roads need repair, and there's a difference between replacement or patching and doing overlay to maintain the roads to the standards that we desire. As I talked about, we have significant fleets, both in our own fleet for municipal works, parks, inspectors, etc., fire, as well as our rolling stock and transit. And as you know, the People Mover project is virtually finalized, and that'll have an impact on the number of buses that we are able to purchase through that program to assist with the People Mover project. The last thing, too, is the program capital equipment. Specifically in fire, but also other programs when we're looking at parks equipment replacement. We have specialized equipment that must be replaced on an ongoing manner. Both of these come from our operating budget or tax budget. So next, when we look at the challenges we face this year in preparing this budget, we can see the increased cost of fuel, and you'll say, well, I'm not sure why that has a big impact on the capital budget. One of the biggest things that we do is road repavement, and fuel is a large portion of the cost of the asphalt paving. And as a result, we're seeing that you can do fewer roads with the same amount of money, simply because of the fuel cost that everyone's seeing. The predictability of upper-level funding. The only predictable funding source that we're receiving right now is the federal gas tax, which is in place until 2014. We receive just around $2.5 million. Every other program is either one-time funding announcements at both the province and the feds, or through the region they have the CSO funding, which is project-based, which we have to apply for. This makes it difficult to replace assets and reinvest in our community, and it's something that both the CAO and the Director of Municipal Works and the Director of Transportation has made clear to the upper levels of government that we do need these funding arrangements full-time and regular so we can have some predictability. One of the other challenges is long lead times, particularly when you're talking about buses, purchases of buses, purchasing of rolling stock. There's a significant lead time in ordering and getting that equipment. The last item is the volatility of tendering. One of the problems with going late in the year like we are, we're now going out in tendering process when some of the contractors may have already made a commitment for their summer levels. And as a result, there's a risk that we'll be seeing higher tendering prices. So if we go back to the next stage, the next slide, it shows our sources of funding. And what we talk about here is pre-existing allocation and dedicated reserves. Many of these projects were not started at the year end. As I talked about, Main and the Ferry Street replacement was one of those. We had already provided the funding through previous year's budgets for that work. We also have dedicated reserves, specific reserves that are set aside for work, particularly in the development charges area. Reserves are accumulated, and then projects are identified in the DC bylaw, and that money has to be used on those projects. We talked briefly about the other level of government funding, $2.5 million we know from the gas tax. The provincial gas tax for transit infrastructure has not been formally finalized, although we've received numerous indications verbally that will be going forward. The issue of debt, as we talked about, we've had significant increase in the amount of debt we've issued in the last 2 years. These are for large projects. This is really the last resort of funding. It's not something that we are proposing in this budget of using debt. And as I said, there will be a report coming forth in the future talking about the management of our debt as we move forward. And lastly, the transfer of the operating utility budgets basically is the amount of money that we have to spend for new projects. So the next slide quickly summarizes previous commitments for debt issues. As we can see, the $3.1 million for fire services is the funding for the new radio system, which has been completed earlier in the year and will be going to the region within the next month or two, asking them to borrow this money for us. The parks projects are all of the three rink projects, and that's our funding source. If you recall, when we did the rink application, the funding for the city had to kick in its percentage portion, and in those areas we chose to use debt financing. And lastly is the arena. We formalized that debt debenture as of April 1st. The only other commitment to use debt is the beginning in 2012 is the culmination of the museum project. As we've indicated, at the end of this year, we'll be at approximately $75 million in debt. Moving to the next slide, we see that the money that's available from the three budgets, the two utility budgets and the operating budget or tax budget, plus the federal gas tax is about $15.3 million. That's the funding availability for new projects. So turning to the next slide, we can quickly just talk about the projects in the binders. The projects in the binders are all the projects that the senior staff have put forward for this year. In addition to using the available funds, as I talked about, reserves dedicated for specific projects, previous year's funding, or the gas tax, the projects that are fully funded and can go forward. There's no new debt issued on any of the capital projects that are new this year. And as I indicated at the beginning of it, the direction to senior staff was that these projects had to be necessary and ready to go. And senior staff was able to come up with a budget that met those directions. So a couple of the highlights as we walk through the budget binder, and certainly it's open for council's questions, and all of the directors are ready for it. What we have some water main replacement projects. Main Street, Corwin Crescent, Bridgewater Street. We have sewer separations on Bridge Street and Victoria and Erie. These are only highlights. There's more in the book, and certainly you can ask about certain projects. Building upgrade, we have at Fire Hall number 1, we need to do some repairs to the structure. In the capital equipment, we have some capital equipment that needs to replace. All of the vehicles that we're replacing are well past the period of time of which they should be replaced. These vehicles all range from the 1995 purchase year to 1998. We are purchasing one new bus contingent upon the provincial government providing us the funding through the gas tax. We do have 2 buses that are on order that should be delivered sometime this summer. We are undertaking new park infrastructure, which would include the development of the Crimson Park project and leash-free dog park. We are going ahead with some building and bridge assessments, the engineering work. What we're trying to do in these areas is fund the original engineering work so that we can be prepared to do the work in future years. As I talked about, the convention center is virtually completed, or is completed. It's open. And the Sylvia Place Market redevelopment includes upgrading the bus area and some of the enhancements to the market, or some of the first stages to that. So when we turn to the final steps, we can just say that the 3 things we're going to be coming back to you with later in the summer, once we finalize the financial statements, and we'll be coming back with a capital additions reporting. This kind of ties in with the financial statements where we see what are the assets that we're actually putting into our financial records and summarizing the completion of the project. The 10-year capital needs by department will be available throughout. We'll be starting that in late summer, throughout the fall, and we'll be bringing back these reports to allow council to understand what are the immediate 10-year needs that we identify by department. And then lastly, we'll be coming up with a debt management plan, as we've talked about in previous budgets. In summary, if there's any specific questions on projects, we're glad to take your questions now. In the report, we've listed it again a little bit differently. We put in the addendum all those projects that were identified that are not going forward in 2011, but would be going forward as 2012 or at a subsequent date once we've completed these 10-year capital needs plans. So if there's anything, certainly staff is ready to discuss.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harrison. I have questions from Councillor Carrier.
Thank you, Your Worship. One of the slides that we were shown was volatility in tendering. What's the main reason? Is the main reason because we approved this budget before we tender most of the work that you're talking about? We approved this budget first, or some of the work is approved or tendered prior to the approval of the budget? It's been brought to my attention that in other municipalities, we're one of the last municipalities to call a lot of our tendering, which makes us suffer in our pricing.
One of the things that we want to implement this year, and it's going to be one of the things that comes out of the capital needs budget, is that we'd like to have a pre-approval and go forward earlier in the year. I know some of the local municipalities do. They go in December with items that they know that they can go up, the projects that are ready to go and get it out. Get the tenders out. One of the problems is if you go later in the year, then the contractors already have budgeted or allocated their workforce, and so maybe they're not as aggressive on the pricing. That could be one of the items. We're later than most, and so I believe that to be the case.
Don't some of the municipalities take a portion of their budget, whether it's 50% or whatever, and go right ahead with that, so that at least can take advantage of the pricing on that?
And that's what we're looking at doing for next year, like for 2012, is go earlier with a portion of it. Okay. We certainly know that in many of the areas, although We believe that we've kind of faced, on the operating side, we've been able to address what would be some of the big ticket items that we faced into this operating budget. So in 2012, we'd be able to go with a capital budget, or at least a portion of it, whether it's 50%, 25%, any of those numbers, and bring it forward and go, and so that our staff can start putting out tenders early in the year.
Is there any other reasons why we might be delaying our tenders? Is there any other reasons? Are we short-staffed? Is there any other reason other than the budget approval process that would hold us back from calling our tenders sooner or at a more advantageous time?
Mr. Chair, I think part of the reason we're having some difficulty is the short construction season we have to work within. If we're doing a lot of work in the tourist area, we have to deal with a lot of noise and dust and traffic. There's a huge impact on businesses. So we try to stay to the shoulder seasons, which basically means we have to have our work out to tender, towards the end of January, early February. That gives us a head start. It's also a time when a lot of contractors aren't committed to other contracts. So that's our plan. The other part that's difficult for us is a lot of our projects, because they're just starting to bundle them to make them a little bit larger to meet the timelines, they're becoming more complex. So we're dealing with issues with property acquisition, utility relocations, and trying to get more feedback from the stakeholders who are going to benefit from this work. We need some more lead time to do that. And so that's why we're anxious to look at taking these projects and taking them, funding them over a couple of years. That gives us time to have better cost estimates as to what the project's going to take, going to cost, and better ideas as to how long the project is going to take to be completed. We'd like to be able to do more. We have some restrictions as to how much work we can physically get out. I don't like to ask for money twice, so we're going to do what we can to try and make sure that we stay on top of these issues. The 10-year capital forecast gives us that advantage, and as we get these projects designed and on the shelf, we get the property issues and utilities all resolved, it gives us the flexibility to evaluate the market and determine the best time to tender.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Thompson.
Well, I don't think you got an answer to your question. You're talking about tendering, and the whole situation is your budget process. We used to, for 10 years, we had our budget approved by December 15th, and then you could go out and call all the tenders. We were the leaders in the pack for years, and we've thrown that out the window for some reason. We should be working throughout the summer, finalizing our budget so that in the early fall we know where we're going. We have our budget discussions. You don't have to wait till the first of the year.
I think that's why we're going to change it, but in this year especially, it was an election year.
Well, it was an election year, but we didn't do it 4 years before that.
Yeah.
So, hopefully we can get back to that. January 1st, you can start calling your tenders, and you can get the best prices from people. That's the problem with the tendering process. Let's get the budget done on time.
Okay, is there any other councillor that has a question or comment? Councillor Morocco.
I just, I'm sorry, for the chair, to Mr. Todd. I'm sorry.
Mr. Harrison.
Harrison, sorry. In the tab 10, I'm sorry, I did try to get through all this as well, and all the allocations of dollars, where they're going. Could you just explain to me what is general government under that second to last page? Actually, just flip right to the back and go to the second, because the last one would be corporate service convention center, and the next one would be government, general government. What, could you just explain what that is?
Well, that's the product. That's the convention center project. That's what it is. It's just the convention center is a unique project in the sense that it is a city building, but it's not in any of our departments. It's not a municipal works project. It's not a recreation project. And as a result, when it first was started, there was a category put in the capital budget called general government, and that's the only reason. So this, if you turn to page 133, it shows just what was anticipated as the construction costs for the balance of the project and the funding sources that were were identified. And of course, this project was built with other people's money, other than the city's money. There's contributions from the federal and provincial governments, as well as third-party contributors.
Because it just looked like it was totally something different, because the convention center has its own page, and then this just said general government,
Well,
so it's actually all together. This is
Yeah,
one.
the page that's general government is just a summary page for that one project. It just has one project in that particular tab.
Okay, and we were just holding the money, is that why it comes through this, or it just shows that where the dollars are coming from
It's
for
a
that
capital,
project?
no, it's a city municipal, it's a municipal facility, so it's part of our, we
All right.
spend the money, we pay the contractor, but we use other funding to pay for it. That's
Oh.
why it's in our capital budget.
Oh, okay, then, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is there any other councillor that has any question? Councillor Gates.
Just because we brought up the convention center, I requested about 17 weeks ago that I'd like a list of all the companies that worked on the convention center. I still haven't received that. I've been promised it a number of times, and unfortunately I haven't got it. I think it's important to have that on the convention center. Obviously it was a big expenditure for the city, but maybe somebody could give me an update on where that's at.
Pardon? Well, we acted as the flow-through for the contract. I mean, we didn't, certainly, we can provide that list, and then we'll have that listing out to the council as of the next council meeting. So we certainly can have that list to you. I can't get it to you tonight, but I certainly will do my best to get it to you for the next council meeting. I mean, the project itself was funded with, like I said, with third-party money, the federal government's money, the provincial government's money, and other contributors. However, it is a municipal capital facility, and that's why it's in our capital budget book. It will be a municipal facility that'll be in our financial statements, and it will be amortized as a municipal capital city facility.
Well, I can agree to disagree with you on whether it's there was any taxpayers' money used for it. There is. I mean, we forgone development charges. There was a lot of things that were done by the residents to make that happen. So there is a cost to that. So I can agree to disagree on that. The other one that I asked for 4 weeks ago, and it didn't show on this, and I just asked Mayor Diodati this question. I asked about 4 weeks ago, and it was going to get emailed to me on a breakdown of the debt, on exactly how we got to the $76 or $77 million in debt. I'd certainly like that as well. I think it's important for councillors to know exactly how we got there. I certainly agree with the fact that we're not taking on any more debt. But if I'm questioned about how did we get to $77 million in debt, I think I have an obligation to tell people that. And on tab 4, or tab 3, sorry, page 67, and tab 69, on the Warren Creek Realignment Associated Works, it shows total funding source $2 million, and the development fees are being 1.9.
Yes.
So when you go to the next page, and I think that's exactly the way it should work, and I think the development fees should pay for that type of work. When you go to the next page, and it says Warren Woods Development Phase 1, transferred from operating $784,162. So I'm just a question, because I was trying to figure that out. Why would that not come out of development fees as well, rather than operating?
Yeah, well,
just for an explanation.
If that particular project wasn't, identified, it's split into two areas. If it wasn't particularly identified in the development charge bylaw, then we wouldn't be able to finance it from that portion. I'd have to look specifically at that project to understand that particular question, but it would appear that part of the project wouldn't qualify for the use of development charges.
I appreciate that. Could you, once you take the opportunity, maybe tomorrow or the day after, take a look exactly what that charge is for? You could please send me, you can email it to me, it'd be great.
Certainly.
All
And
right?
the debenture question that you had asked, the document was prepared, and if it hasn't been, you didn't receive it and all, council hasn't received it, we can certainly send that out.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Is there any other, you're welcome. Is there any other councillor that has any questions for Mr. Harrison or any other staff member?
Looking for a motion?
Looking for a motion, yes.
Approve the capital budget?
Yep. Motion by Councillor Carrio, seconded by the mayor. Any questions or comments to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next report is F 2011-18, dealing with low-income seniors water and property tax rebate. Next report is dealing with the low-income senior water and property tax rebate. Mr. Mayor.
I'll move the recommendations, 1 and 2.
Okay. Do I have a seconder to the motion? Seconded by Councillor Maves. Any questions or comments? Councillor Wing?
If we could split them, the recommendation is that we approve the low-income seniors water rebate program, which has been ongoing for a number of years. But the other one is that we consider adopting the low-income property tax rebate. And the background points out that this is a program we previously had, which had been discontinued in 2009. At the time, the provincial government had enhanced the property tax relief available to seniors by initiating a new grant program, and there is a grant of up to $500 per year now. I know when this was first proposed before, council received emails from some other residents in the city objecting to the proposal. There were various grounds for the objection, but it was basically, taxes should be applied equally to all based on the assessed value of the property with no other criteria, age, income, gender, sexual orientation, or anything coming into it. And I think they had a very good argument. And, there's some discussion in here about how much, single and seniors paying, average amount in property taxes would be relieved, and how much senior couples paying the same amount in property taxes would be relieved. There's a lot of families struggling to pay their property taxes on these same amounts, and to cover the cost of diapers and clothes for their kids and everything else. There's a lot of people who are underemployed these days. They lost their manufacturing job as a plant disappeared, and they're working for a fraction of what they once did. And I think the arguments that the people who contacted us made are very valid. So if we could split the motion, I would appreciate it. Nothing against seniors. I can support the first one, but not the second one. So I'll move we split it.
Okay. A request has been made to have the motion split, so we'll split it. That's not a problem. Is there any other questions or comments to the motion? Councillor Marco?
To the chair, it does say, number 2 does say that council consider adopting a low-income property rebate of $40 per applicant. So it doesn't say senior. Is that per applicant? Because that does not say senior there. It says senior up on the top. So I mean, if that's the case, I don't have a problem, because I, as well as Janice, Councillor Wing, has taken a lot of flack on the fact that we're going to now basically discriminate other people that are in the same income level as a senior and not give them that opportunity. So I just want to make that clear. Is this just pointed out to senior, or is it like it says, low-income property rebate to anyone in low income?
I think Mr. Harrison.
It's a low, to Councillor Peter Angelo, it's a low-income seniors property tax rebate. It's not extended to any other persons. And the reason for that is it's mirroring the program we used to have back in 2009. And the only way to to have an objective test as to qualifications of an applicant is whether a senior receives the guaranteed income supplement by the federal government. Otherwise, we'd be getting into means testing for all certain different groups, and our staff has no capacity to be able to administer or anything like that. So the program that we're putting out to council for consideration is to reintroduce the seniors property tax rebate. So you'd have to be in the report. It does say that for we'll take applicants from seniors that may qualify. Right. So.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I also would like the motion split. I think we've been providing the water rebate for many, many years, and I have no problem with that. I think when you get into a situation where you're guaranteed income supplement, and with the credits from the provincial and federal government now, there are people that are just above that level who would be discriminated against, even in the seniors category, that would be unfairly treated. And I think that this is probably the thin edge of the wedge, that once you start this, it's going to escalate, and I think it's going to become even more unfair to the guaranteed income supplement for the people who are just above that level, who do not receive that. And now they were getting $250, and that has been raised to $500, and also the existing property tax credit. So there's a substantial rebate right there to seniors with the guaranteed income supplement. So I don't think this is appropriate, and I think it's inequitable, and I think it's something that will escalate to the point where it will be even more unfair to people who are just above the guaranteed income supplement, and they will be subsidizing others, and I won't support it.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments? Mayor Diodati.
I will support the separation, then I'll speak to the second motion when it comes up for vote.
Okay. In that case, then I'll call the first motion, because I don't think anyone will have an issue with that. It's that council approve the annual 2011 low-income seniors water rebate program. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. The next recommendation is that council consider adopting a low-income seniors property tax rebate of $40 per applicant. Mr. Mayor, you want to speak to this?
Yes, I would. I'm glad, first of all, to see that the property tax credits have been increased by the provincial government, because they recognize that seniors struggle to pay their taxes. And I mean, I acknowledge the fact that there are people of all ages that struggle. The big difference is seniors have already paid their dues, and oftentimes, most times, beyond their employable years. So they don't have the same opportunity to go get a job. And today, Councillor Thompson and I were talking about an individual who, of a certain age, is going to have a heck of a time finding a job because he doesn't have a lot of employable years left. They're certainly at a disadvantage, something that I campaigned on. Of course, there's going to be some people opposed to everything, and that's the way it is. You take a leadership perspective, and you do your research, and you move forward. And I support seniors, and I think, you know what, it's for us, it's not a big impact on our budget, but for some, the idea was this $40 would offset the increase in taxes that we've given them to help pay for our facilities, most of which they probably won't use, but to help them so they're not going to get kicked out of their homes. You know, as I was campaigning, I met one gentleman who was saying, you know, I've got a few more years and I'm going to have to move out. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, I'm just not keeping up. My pension doesn't keep up with the expenses. And seeing gas these days and all the other expenses, our taxes on our hydro, and the list goes on and on. I mean, they're at a tough spot. And that's why I'm saying for them, and it's no disrespect to anyone else, but I'm young enough, I can go out and I can do extra, and I have an advantage over some people that are in their senior years, as they call them, the golden years. And I think it's a small token of support to acknowledge to them that we appreciate it. It's difficult, and we're here for you. And I think we can't forget about those people. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other comments of the motion? If not, then I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried. Thank you. I think that concludes my portion of the meeting. I'll call the mayor back to the chair. Some other conflict. There's no conflict on the last issue.
Okay, consent agenda. Does anybody have any specific direction on the consent agenda?
This committee of the whole ratification.
Okay, before we do that, why don't we start off with committee of the whole ratification. Councillor Pietrangelo.
I don't have the... Your Worship, following items are to be ratified from tonight's meeting of Committee of the Whole. First, at the Committee of the Whole meeting, the minutes of the April 18th, 2011 meeting be approved. Under reports, MW 2011-19 dealing with the Agent Orange investigation, it was recommended that the report be received and filed. And the last report was MW 2011-23 dealing with the asphalt patching contract citywide, and had two recommendations. First, that the contract be awarded to Circle P Paving at the tendered price of $34,995. And secondly, Your Worship, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute the necessary contract documents, and I would so move the minutes.
Mr. Clerk, did you want to comment?
Just to clarify on the price, it's $394,995. I don't want Circle P to think that they are only getting paid $34,000.
That would have been a great deal, though.
Yeah.
Could have ratified that. Okay, and we'll ask the clerk to ratify the in-camera. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. I'm sorry. And Mr. Clerk, if you could...
Nothing from in-camera.
Nothing from in-camera? Okay, just direction to staff. Okay.
Move the consent agenda in its entirety.
Okay, motion to move the consent agenda. Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. First we ask the clerk, is there any extra bylaws?
A couple changes. You do have an additional bylaw in your handouts related to bylaw enforcement officers, and obviously with your deferral of OPA number 94, bylaw 2011-58 will not be going forward, so we'll substitute the bylaw enforcement officer bylaw into that slot.
Okay. We have a motion to introduce the bylaws. Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor?
Bylaws 2011-55 to 2011-65 read a first time.
Okay. I have a motion to introduce the bylaws. Second and third time. Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor?
Bylaws 2011-55 to 2011-65 read a second and third time and passed.
Okay. New business? Councillor Morocco.
Yes, Your Worship. Just a couple things I'd like to point out. First of all, I'd like to thank the Rotary Club of Niagara Falls Sunrise for their generous donation to the to our park in the city. Mark Richardson came and did a presentation, and he was given a check to help out that group. So I'd just like to thank the Rotary group. And the second point is I would like to ask Ken Todd to speak to the downtown BIA. I believe that we actually gave them the opportunity to have a second election. That election took place, and now it seems to be that there's still a little bit of controversy there. So I'm hoping that we can actually move forward, and you know, you've got 3 representatives on this downtown BIA from the city, so if you can maybe just speak to that and let us know where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The election for the BIA was held over 2 days last week, and that's not typical of that BIA. Normally, their elections would be held at an their annual general meeting, where there'd be an opportunity for voting to take place at that annual general meeting, along with any nominations from the floor at that meeting. There was a membership meeting held last week. I don't recall the exact date, but a membership meeting held. And what the membership decided to do was to hold the elections over a 2-day period instead of having it in an annual general meeting format. So there was a slate of nominees put forward. There was a deadline date. We were approached by a Historic Niagara representative that indicated that because they didn't have an opportunity to nominate from the floor, they requested a couple of things. First of all, they requested that they believe the election shouldn't be held over 2 days. Our indication was that we weren't going to interfere with the election process, that we felt the 2-day format was what the membership wanted. So our belief was that that election would go forward. The other request was that the city help out in those elections, and the clerk and his staff did assist. They were there both days monitoring the election and taking control over the ballots and doing the counting. And the only other request was that if they weren't able to nominate from the floor at an annual general meeting, that perhaps the nomination period could be extended. So the clerk and I had a conversation. That request was made to the BIA Board of Management staff, and it was extended, I believe, by 1 day for the nomination period. There was a couple of additional nominations that came in. We didn't hear anything to the contrary up to the point of the election. The elections were held. There was a significant number of people that voted. You know, the clerk made the announcement on what those results were. So, you know, as far as we're concerned, the election was run in our opinion, a fair manner. It was open. Our clerk has a lot of experience in running elections. It seemed to be reasonable. The only comment that we've heard back later is that perhaps we shouldn't have allowed the extension of the nomination period, but at the time that decision was made, it was viewed in fairness that because that would be the only opportunity to put additional nominations forward. It seemed reasonable. We didn't have any complaint of it prior to the election. But now that the election's concluded, we seem to have a number of, I know council's received a number of emails on that. So we believed actually it was reasonable. Perhaps the result wasn't what people may have thought it wanted to be, but we thought the request was reasonable at the time, and we felt the election was run in a proper manner.
And Your Worship, to that point, I think that, you know, we've actually given them ample time. You know, they came back, asked for another opportunity. Yourself and Councillor Iannone and myself also attended a meeting. They seemed to be quite happy. Everybody was in agreement that, you know, they were happy they'd go over 2 days. The names would be put forward. They'd have a candidates meet and greet night, which they did. I'd like to recommend that, you know, are they ever going to be happy? So I'm not too sure. We just got to accept what they've got now. You've got 3 representatives there sitting at the table with them and to oversee and give them direction. And I think that we need to just take the slate that's been brought forward that they sent in. I think there was a tie, and Dean, I saw your email that we'd accept the 2 people as 9 tie and have 10 people represent. And take that slate and let's move forward and get on with this BIA and set it straight.
Are you making a motion?
I'd like to make that motion then, that we accept the slate that's been put forward and let's move forward.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Clerk?
Well, technically, nothing's been put forward to you officially, okay? You know, the election just finished on Thursday of last week, so, I mean, you already had your council agenda. Yes, I sent you what the results were. Subsequently, you have had some people that are discontented with the results for whatever reason, and therefore I sent some emails today suggesting that it made sense to come back on the 30th with a short report or a short memo on this. You've received requests from Councillor Iannone specifically that you don't approve any slate this evening, and I don't think there's any urgency in it. I mean, I haven't brought forward the Main and Ferry correspondence, which I got on Friday from Janice, for the same reason. I'll bring it forward on the 30th when we can put it on the agenda for approval. So I don't think 2 weeks is going to make a difference, and we can resolve some of these issues, deal with the tie issue, and you know I've heard from some BIA businesses today that are upset with what happened with the extension of the nominations. I think it only makes sense for us to report back on that more formally, and you know, on the 30th you can make that decision as council.
Well, I tend to disagree, Dean, because I think that, you know what, this is a second opportunity they've had. You sent us the slate of names that have come forward. People are asking to move forward so that they can move on with this downtown BIA organization and get moving. I think that we need to be sitting at the table to give them some direction and leadership as well, and I think that's what we got to do right now, is take some leadership and move forward. And I don't see why we have to wait to the 30th when you've already sent the names to us. So we don't have it formally here. And because one councillor asked to have it postponed to the 30th, I don't understand, and have you making a report to come back to us. So I just don't know that. Are we ever going to make them happy?
Through the chair, no. It's BIAs.
Okay,
They
well, then
always
I'd like to
argue
put the
about
motion on
everything.
its floor, so
They
I'll
always
put the
argue
motion.
about everything. You know, as a staff person, I like council to be informed before they make decisions. Mark my words, what you're going to have on the 30th is the disgruntled BIA members asking for deputations. So if you want to entertain that, that's what's going to happen on the 30th.
So, Dean, I have to ask you then, the next question is it the same disgruntled people that came forward to have the second meeting that we just called and the second vote?
BIA, there's disgruntlement on different issues, and you know, and I mean also the issue of the multiple votes I don't think has been resolved in the sense that obviously the results of this election were reflecting the fact that the corporate entity was able to cast 34 votes this time. That clearly played a part in the results, but as we've discussed at the last meeting, you know, right now that's what the legislation says. I mean, I think, you know, it's my staff recommendation to you as councillors that you have all the information before you make a decision. I didn't feel it was necessary to bring these items, especially with a formal objection from some BIA members, and I felt it was appropriate to do a report on the 30th. You can approve the slate tonight if you wish, but mark my words, there's going to be a number of downtown people making a request on the 30th that you reconsider. So my suggestion as a staff person is to avoid that. We bring forward the names on the 30th and a staff report or memo outlining what happened, and then you've got all the information to make your decision. I'm certainly not suggesting that you have another election. I think.
Okay, because that's what I'm asking right now.
No,
you're going to go back
definitely
and do
not.
another report. You're going to come back and say, so what's the report going to say? Have another election? I think
No,
you got to be
definitely
how many
not.
are we going to have?
Definitely not.
Well, then, I'm sorry, my motion still stands.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Maves?
Not just one of these elections, they're 2 out of 3 or 4 out of 7. No, the thing is, like I think we've probably got 2 or 3 emails that people aren't satisfied. There's 102 votes or something like that on the street. How many votes are there?
Altogether, I believe about 170 in total available.
And I think the other thing too is if we're going to have deputations from them, and they're all going to say the same thing, I think they should have one leader or something, because quite frankly, I'm tired of it. I think the whole council is tired of it, and I think if we can just restrict them to say, have one person be their spokesman about their election, we can decide from there. But I guess to some degree, we will have to wait for the clerk's report.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think what the objection is isn't sort of sour grapes, we didn't get what we wanted, but the objection is related to what Mr. Todd talked about. The fact that the BIA, they, as you referred to, Councillor Morocco, agreed on a process for the election, okay? And that process was that they were going to ask for nominations. That nomination deadline was going to be May the 6th, I believe, the past Friday, and that was it. Now, after that date, as Mr. Todd outlined, Historic Niagara made a request that the nomination date be extended. Now, whether that, in hindsight, was a good idea or not is, you know, I guess for anybody to determine. But the fact of the matter is that 2 people that signed up after the original nomination date had expired were elected to the board. So, I mean, there's some accusations. Is that fair or not fair? I mean, I guess that's for you as council members to determine whether that was appropriate or not. You know, the idea, the nominations on the floor that Historic Niagara was arguing about, you know, and I've explained this to others, what you've got in your BIAs are a number of cookie-cutter constitutions that have been in place for a number of years. And those constitutions were based on the premise that when you got to a BIA general membership meeting, there wasn't going to be enough people interested to even run for the board, so you'd have to accept nominations on the floor. What the downtown did this past election is, I would say, much preferable to what's in the constitutions of every single BIA in this city, because what they did is they gave a lot of notice as far as who was running. They had all kinds of good information on the candidates that were available for the BIA to vote. So, I mean, getting that information to the membership in advance, to me, is a heck of a lot preferable than, you know, Joe in the corner putting his name forward the night of the election.
Well, Dean, just to your point, you just hit it on the head. You just basically said you've given them all the opportunities. They've done it the best way they possibly can do it. And, now they want to crucify because our staff gave them some recommendation and now they're not happy because we gave them an extension?
Well,
So-
yeah, it comes down to the extension, whether that was appropriate or not, and that's what the objection is to the slate of candidates at this point in time. If you as councillors want to disregard that, that's fine. That's certainly your prerogative. You have authority under the Municipal Act, under the BIA section, to accept a slate of candidates, or you don't have. You can sort of. In essence, not pick and choose, but you can send it back to the BIA to say certain candidates you're not going to approve, or the whole slate, which is what you did in the leading to this second election. So you're going to get objections, whether you approve it tonight or not. Just be prepared that there's going to be deputations at the next meeting asking you to reconsider your decision, so you can decide to make the decision tonight or wait on the 30th.
So basically, if we say we're going to wait till 30th, what are they going to change on the 30th? They're going to come back and say no, they don't want to accept the slate?
Well, with anything,
are we going to give them the opportunity?
with anything related to this downtown BIA, I mean, there has been a lot of consultation. There has been a lot of, back and forth. And, sometimes I think you give 2 weeks, you give a little time for people to reflect. You may get the withdrawal of the objections. You may get some compromises that are worked out in the meantime, which hopefully could happen.
Okay, I have got Wing, Carrio, Gates.
Thank you. I think in hindsight, the extension was not good. Basically, don't go changing the rules of the game once it's underway. Like, that's just not, it's not kosher. My problem is I would like the same consideration as the other councillors. We deferred official plan amendment number 94 tonight, in part because there are a couple of councillors who weren't with us when we first started studying and discussing the document last year, and they would like sufficient time to get themselves up to speed, and I can appreciate and understand and support that. I'd like the same consideration, because I haven't even seen the slate. The first I heard about this, because sometimes, and I discussed this with the staff again tonight, sometimes emails from the city with attachments or larger emails don't seem to be coming through. They come through fine from everybody else, from what I can tell, but sometimes they're not coming through from the city to my account. So I haven't even seen the slate. All I know about this is I saw something from Councillor Iannoni saying I would like this deferred so I can speak to it on the 30th. Then I got some emails from business people in the Queen Street area asking us to not approve a slate. I have not seen the slate. I can't vote on this because I don't know what the heck I'm being asked to vote on. I need the information before me, so I really need to wait for the 30th for the report.
Okay, Councillor Carrio.
I understand where Councillor Morocco's coming from, but in the past, it's been this council's position and Dean's position to give the BIAs every opportunity to work it out themselves. So I think that we should just do that. If it's the 30th, at least give them every opportunity to work it out themselves. That's what we've done in the past. And I haven't seen the slate myself, so I haven't seen it, and I haven't had an opportunity to do it. So I don't know why we wouldn't wait. What is it, 2 weeks? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Give them 2 weeks.
Yeah, Councillor Morocco.
So, excuse me then, Dean, so no one else has seen the slate but who? Jim, myself, and who?
Well, we all got it.
We all got it.
It was emailed to everybody.
We all got
We
it.
didn't all get it. We didn't all get it.
Okay, then I apologize, because I think it's only fair that people didn't have an
Well,
opportunity
I
to see
think it's
it.
also a function
How did we
of the
miss
fact.
that?
Wait a minute. I think it's also a function of the fact we finish the agenda on a certain date. Okay, it goes out. I mean, we have to have a finite point at one point where the agenda's done. Otherwise, you're never going to have. It's going to be a continued work in progress. Yes, we send you out editions on Friday, but they're usually pertinent to what's on the agenda for Monday. This matter was not on the agenda. We didn't know what the results were when we did the agenda. And so now, people that are in favor of the election are pushing us to get a decision tonight. And in fairness to the people who maybe didn't see it on their email, my preference is, I bring it into you in a list and you see what you're voting on. So it's really as simple as that. And like I said, Councillor Wing sent me stuff on the Main and Ferry BIA on Friday, which, because our agenda's done, I haven't brought forward, and there's no contention in Main and Ferry, that's for sure. You could definitely pass that one tonight without a problem, but it's going to come on the 30th, as are are probably a couple of other BIA-related matters.
Okay, I appreciate that. I was under the influence that everybody did receive this slate.
I'd like to just, before we go to Mr. Gates, ask the CIO to explain, because there's a lot of people that aren't exactly sure how we got to this extending the nomination deadline, and it was a meeting that we had at the city, so maybe Mr. Todd can explain.
I just want to clarify and just put it on the record for anybody that may be watching, just to explain what the position was. The mayor and I met with a representative from Historic Niagara, and their concern was over the format of the election. They were objecting to the fact that it wasn't done as was in previous years with the two-day format. So we had a situation where going into the election, they were really asking the city to intervene to really, lack of better words, to have the election postponed or called off so that it could be done in a normal way. That was their request. So one way or the other, I think we were caught in the middle here. What we were attempting to do at the meeting was to try to find some middle ground where the election could still go on and not be compromised. In there, we asked two specific things. One was that our staff be involved to oversee the election. The second thing was that they would be satisfied to go ahead with the election if, on the two-day format, if that extension was allowed. So to allow the election to proceed, which we thought would have been an open and a fair way over 2 days, it seemed reasonable to ask this, allow this extension to take place. That request was made through the clerk's office, through to the BIA staff, who subsequently sent out a memo to all of their members advising them. We didn't hear any negative feedback prior to the election. We thought at that point it was okay. In hindsight, in retrospect, we probably should not have allowed it. But we ran the risk, if we didn't allow it, of having Historic Niagara then be on the other side objecting to the whole election process as well. So we're really caught in the middle on this, and we thought this was a reasonable way out of it. It appears now that a lot of the BIA members are not happy with that, but at the time it seemed like a reasonable solution to let the election continue on. So, Mr. Mayor, I think that pretty well sums up what our position was.
I think so. And also, I mean, I think you can't avoid the fact that there were no objections until after the election, which was a little bit frustrating. I think they would have carried more weight had they come before the election. I mean, Councillor Gates.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I just want to say that I think we have to congratulate our staff, our mayor, our representatives on the BIA downtown. They are trying to do the best they can to create a situation that's going to be, they'll be able to work and go forward and do what's in the best interest of downtown and the residents of Niagara Falls. I think waiting a couple weeks, I think just from the request, I think as councillors we should show respect for other councillors. I did read the memo that came out that was requesting by one of our councillors to ask us to wait till the next month. I would ask for the same courtesy if I wasn't at a meeting and there was something going on and I put a notice out to the rest of the councillors saying, I'd appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue. It's important to me. Obviously, it's important to Councillor Iononi because of the fact that she put her hand up to sit on that BIA. I think it's a respect issue. I certainly think the staff and Dean and Mayor Diodati have bent over backwards to try to make this work. I think on a go-forward basis, let's give them the extra couple weeks, and hopefully collectively we can get this thing to move forward and do what's in the most important thing is let's make downtown work for the residents of Niagara Falls.
Fair enough. Yeah, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, you stated it very eloquently, Councillor Gates. I think, but if council was to make a decision tonight, it would just allow that dissension to fester. I think giving a 2-week pause, I think, will allow maybe cooler heads to prevail, allow maybe some discussion amongst the groups and a resolution so that when you go forward on the 30th, everybody's on the same page. Because I think, although there's maybe 2 factions going on in the downtown BIA, I think everybody's heart is in the right place in the fact that they want to see the downtown prosper. Maybe they have different ideas on how that's going to happen, but I think everybody has the same ultimate goal in mind.
Is there any other comments on this issue at this point? I do want to add one other comment, and a question maybe, if I could, through to the clerk. Did we ever ratify the last election of the downtown BIA, was that ever ratified by council?
No, it was never formally submitted to council, and that was the point of the report at the last meeting.
So I just wonder then, their call for the last election, was that out of order then? If they weren't actually a board at that point, ratified by council, would it have reverted back to the original board prior to that election if we hadn't ratified them?
Go again?
Who's on
Fact of the
first?
matter, yeah. Fact of the matter is you have an outgoing board. There was an election on February 22nd. That board, that sort of board-elect, quasi-board, interim board is what they were called, never was brought formally forward to council for consideration, and that was outlined in my report at the last meeting. And I don't think you were there, Mayor Diodati, but what happened was there was a meeting with city staff and the downtown. It was a general membership meeting in the sense that everybody was invited. We made our presentation about the downtown, and then we actually, city staff left, and their interim board made the decision that they were going to wait for my report because they knew that my report was going to work magic like it did, and that would resolve these issues. And I mean, the outcome of that was basically your decision at the last meeting, which was to send it back to the BIA to consider whether to have another general membership, to have another election, which you attended the meeting, Councillor Morocco attended the meeting, Councillor Iannoni attended the meeting, which I understand had a very good turnout of the general membership, meaning anybody could have shown up and voiced their opinion at that meeting, and that's where you came up with the decision of the general membership to have another election and to have this process that allowed for a 2-day vote, allowed for pre-nominations, and that's where we're at today.
Any other comments? Yes, Councillor Mays.
I have just one, of the people that were there from council and the clerk, do you feel the election was fair? Was it?
Well, I wasn't at the election, only the clerk was at the election. I guess the two questions are, there were two things that were changed. One was, we did it over 2 days instead of one. We had the clerk oversee the election, and we extended the nomination deadline to allow 2 more people in. So really, the only thing that anyone's objecting to at this point, and the way I understand it, is extending the nomination deadline, which allowed 2 people in who subsequently were elected. So that's where, and those objections have come after the election. So was it fair? I think it was absolutely fair because it was monitored by our clerk. And now are some people objecting to some of the decisions? I guess that's the way it is. As the clerk said, our BIAs, don't always get along, and we need to sometimes massage them to help them along the way. Pardon me?
Don't paint them all.
No, we need our BIAs, but sometimes, they need us as well to help with the governing, because I think they have more in common than they have otherwise, but sometimes, what happens, once you get into an argument, you polarize, and you go on opposite ends of the argument. The part that I can tell you which is in common, they all want downtown beautified, they all want people downtown. That part is universal and it's unanimous. How they get there is only part that's up for debate. And right now, yes, they're working well together. Yes, the people in the past have done a lot of great work, and if it wasn't for those people, there wouldn't be what we have today. So, I mean, you have to acknowledge the past, you have to acknowledge the present, and we have to move forward. So the clerk is going to put together a report that'll come to us for the 30th meeting, and then we're going to make a decision based on how we feel at that point. So,
Is there a motion?
yeah, now we have a motion. Did you want to keep your motion?
They just said that no one received the slate.
Okay, all right. So you want to withdraw your motion? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then there's no motion.
Okay, all right, so we can move on. Okay. Councillor Thompson?
I move we go past 11 o'clock the way we're going.
We won't need that one, we're almost done. Is there any other new business?
Move adjournment.
Wait, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. In our package, it said that there was a memo from Mr. Harrison on the water shut-off notifications, but it got passed out to council because it didn't actually make it in our handouts. It probably came through on the email, though, I would imagine. But it also says in his small report here that he's going to be coming back to council with a report in the summertime. And I'm just wondering, I mean, it's getting late now, and I know that people didn't get a chance to read it because it didn't make it into our editions. So perhaps we can actually have the water shut-off notification referred over to that report. And I was going to ask as well, because I know that the resident that contacted all of us will be asking when we'll be dealing with it. So through you to Mr. Harrison, do you know when in the summer this will be coming back to us?
I believe that the original changes were late in the summer, like August, so we were going to try to time it in with that period of time. But if you want us to comment on the language in the shut-off notices and our procedures with that, we can certainly bring it forward. It'd be sometime in June.
Okay, yeah, that would be better, actually. Okay, thank you. And second item, Your Worship, was I received a letter from a resident, and I can pass it on to staff. I'd like some type of response on whether or not we have any, I guess, anything to say about it. It has to do with the draining of backyard swimming pools. And I have a resident that is concerned because the resident that lives next to him, every time they drain their pool, his backyard floods. And what he says to us is when he comes down to City Hall and asks us to do something for him, we kind of put our hands up in the air and say, well, it's a civil matter, you know, and you're going to have to go after your neighbor. And he's kind of disappointed that there is no bylaw in place, or that we can't enforce anything that won't allow water from one property to go on another. So perhaps, Your Worship, I can pass the letter over, and then I can have a response from staff. And I'm not sure if I need a motion for that.
Okay, well, do you want to, sure, motion by Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Gates, that we get a report back on the pool drainage letter. All those in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Maves?
No, I'm just...
No. Councillor Gates?
Jim, I'll go quick. During your report, Mayor Diodati, you mentioned the fact that it was Niagara Week at Queen's Park, and I happened to be there a week prior too. Did you get a chance to talk to the Minister of Health, Deb Matthews, on the independent study for the NHS? That's the one question. And the second question is on the lights. Maybe you give us an update. It seems like you go just a few feet and you get a red light and a red light and a red light. Is there anything that we can do to kind of correct that so we can get the traffic flow moving in Niagara Falls?
Well, to your first question, no, we did not get an audience with Minister Matthews. However, in consultation and discussion with our MPP, Kim Crater, he's telling us that there is some information that will be coming very soon, and we're looking forward to some positive announcements, but we haven't gotten anything formal or official as of yet. We did meet with the health critics, who are all very supportive of our position, but not with the actual health minister. And in regard to your second comment, coordinated lighting signals, it's interesting you bring that up. I brought that up at the region at our last regional meeting, and or two ago, I don't recall, with Joe Cousins, the commissioner of that department, transportation, to find out, because they're doing more purchasing of these intersection lighting signal systems, and now with the new technologies it's becoming increasingly easier to coordinate them. And I did bring it forward as a direction to staff. He said they are working toward trying to do it, but right now, I understand from our staff that right now, rather than coordinating, they're more timed by time of day and amount of traffic. But I agree, and you know, maybe if you want, you can make an official motion. I made a motion in this chamber probably 5 years ago asking for the same thing, because it's maddening sometimes. You go and you stop, and you go and you stop, and you go and you stop, and it's frustrating because they almost seem to be working against the traffic, and it's certainly not good for the environment. It's not good for anything. It's frustrating. And
you said it's coming forward.
So no, so what we gave them a direct, but now keeping in mind that's the region, we're the city. Now maybe we can get some clarification here on who controls the intersections within the municipality, and maybe we can get a comment from Mr. Drin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The signals, the city-owned signals are controlled or maintained by the region on our behalf. The problem within the region of Niagara is that, unlike other places in Toronto, Mississauga, Oakville, and all that, because we're spread so far apart as far as all the communities are concerned, and we have one contractor, there's no centralized system. So a lot of other places have control rooms, and they're coordinating all the signals. This is more that they look at Niagara Falls, and they may take a piece of, for a section of road, and do that. But right now, there is no way of coordinating them other than by time of day, as the mayor has indicated. The region is looking into it. In fact, we're part of a committee, all the municipalities are, and we're looking into it. The cost is fairly high, but it is in their long-range plans.
So if you'd like to send an official...
Yeah, I'd send an official motion, and if I can get a seconder, it'd be great.
Okay, motion by Councillor Gates, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, and can I just ask a
Yes?
Yeah, and I guess through you to Mr. Drenton, if there is no centralized system for it, any idea what something like that would cost?
I don't have an idea of what it costs. The main problem, and the mayor had alluded to it, is that technology is changing. So the ability to speak wirelessly, which was never there before, is going to come about. Basically, the way the systems were hooked up before, they had to be hardwired. In other words, you had to have a phone line go to each signal, and it was extremely costly. And the equipment didn't support it because there's a lot of older equipment in the region. So as technology changes, the ability to do those things become more cost effective. I can't give you a number. It's in the definitely in the hundreds of thousands to do it. And each municipality then would have to pick up that cost. So we would have to include that in our budgets to coordinate signals within our city through a centralized system or a sort of a subsystem, and that cost would be severe right now.
And we own the actual hardware, but the region controls the signalization?
Yeah, the signals that are on city roads, where they're not intersecting with region roads, we own that hardware, yes.
But the ones that are on regional roads, they own?
They own, yes. And even within the capital budget, our hardware is older, and we're trying to replace it. We're doing one signal a year right now, and we're on a 13 or 15-year program. So that's one of the things when we come back with our 10-year forecasting, we'll include those types of things within that forecast.
Councillor Wing.
Yeah, for the ones that are on city roads and don't intersect with regional roads, I don't think it's that technologically challenging to synchronize them. I mean, I spent a lot of time up in Hamilton back in the 80s, and back in the 80s, we're talking a long time ago, in terms of how fast technology moves. They had their lights set up so that if you drove the speed limit, you could just sail right on through town because the lights were turning green ahead of you. They managed to do it back then without any fancy technology. I think it's a matter of just setting timing so that they, if you drive the speed limit, they turn green ahead of you. It shouldn't be that difficult for the ones that are entirely in our jurisdiction.
I know you're talking about Main Street West, and I remember what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, and King, yeah. Mr. Dren's going to address this.
Yeah, just to respond to that, I grew up in Hamilton, and it is a one-way system, and that's why it's easier to coordinate those signals. They time them because you're traveling down the road in one direction, so you're not dealing with opposing traffic volumes. So it's much easier to coordinate those. If you drive in Hamilton now, such as James Street and so forth, where they've converted the roads back to two-way, you won't find the same coordination that you found when you were there.
Okay, so we've got a motion to ask the region to further investigate the coordination of lights from intersection to intersection. Is that the motion that was? Okay, great. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Any other new business? Motion for adjournment? All right, Councillor Maves, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? All right, we did it. 4:11.